I should put on some actual armor. I wonder if it doesn't seem like Leyndell is actually changed at all, as far as I could tell. I could be wrong though. Are you kidding me? Holy. Yeah, this ability I have, chat, lets me cast and heal while moving. It's kind of OP, honestly. Is there anything down here? Are you kidding me? Was there two? Okay. You little fucker. I'm shocked how quickly he comboed me there. Like, he hit me with his running combo and then just instantly went into a follow-up. I felt like there was no time between his attacks at all. What is this? Oh, it's just around the back. If I tried zipping, no. Zipping is fixed, chat. Playing your first region lock run? Just whatever you feel like, man. There's plenty of good choices. Do I really want to loot all of Leyndell? Not really. To be honest, this place is a fucking nightmare to loot. Space tanking. Yeah, Morn's Castle in the mod was really cool. There's a knight patrolling in every corner of this place. True. That's... There isn't normally a golden seed here, so I guess that's different. This is where you abandon Elden Ring after 140 hours. Jesus. It's a long time, man. Convergence keeps crashing. Not sure. One of these guys. Chill, bro. Please. Scaring me. How many hours do I spend on Elden Ring? I have 3,000 hours in this game. According to Steam. That's probably not even that much, dude. Gino probably has like fucking 6,000 hours. Same. Same with like Aggie, if I had to guess. I mean, I love Elden Ring, but I've like barely played it over the past. I mean, I played, like I took like a year break from Elden Ring almost, I think, before the DLC came out. Or maybe it was like 6 months, I don't know. Oh, come on. Yeah, Convergence mod uses its own save files, so you won't, like, overwrite your saves or anything, in case you're worried about that. You have 13k hours on League. I mean, I think I had, like, 10... Dude, I don't even want to know how many hours I had in, like, WoW. Oh, come on. I don't play WoW anymore, but I think I had over like a year played on my main character in like retail WoW. What was your main? Well, every expansion I would level up like 7 characters to max. So I never really had a main. I tried to get into Dota 2. I used to play Han. I actually used to be like really big into MOBAs. And yeah, I probably had like thousands of hours in Heroes of New Earth. I was like so addicted to that game. I got into the Dota 2 beta when it like literally just came out. I remember I was playing the Dota 2 beta and there was like 500 people on the servers. And that was a lot of fun. But I just like, I don't know, the problem with Dota, or Han kind of just like ruined every other MOBA for me because I think it's like the turn rate or something. Every other MOBA game just felt kind of like clunky in comparison. ruined the genre, dude. MOBAs are fucking toxic as fuck. I am a much happier person these days playing Dark Souls games and like MOBAs are so toxic. Ooh. Oh. Bolt is down here. Seems like it's still the same, pretty much. Well, I don't think playing co-op is necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, like multiplayer PvP games where you can, you know, type to each other and shit is... Games where you have to rely on random people, yeah, that too.
My name is
Toilet bitch.
I think I was talking about this yesterday, but Heroes of New Earth, the MOBA I played, it had this mechanic where you could get put into like you could be, you know, the highest MMR possible, or like you're in like the top bracket for MMR, and I would sometimes the game would put me into wait, I just realized the dragon is gone. What the fuck? Okay. It took me a while. I was like, I knew there was not something was missing here, but I didn't really understand that. I didn't put together the implications, you know? I didn't think like, oh, I can't go this way. I was just like, oh, something's different here. But yeah, anyways, you could get put into a match. You could be highest MMR, and you could get put into a match with low MMR players. But the worst part about it was, if you lost the match, you would lose like 15 MMR, and if you won, you would gain like 0.5. So you get nothing for winning, and you lose everything. So it's like, it puts you in this giga fucked mindset where you like want to win so badly, but then you're flaming your teammates because you want to keep your fucking MMR higher, but like you're stuck with fucking people who have like don't even know how to play the game. I don't know. It was so toxic, man. Didn't this happen because the low population? I think the population was still decent. I think it was more so that there just wasn't that many people that were super high MMR. Like the only people that were really high MMR were like streamers and I don't know, it was like during certain times of the day you just couldn't really find super high MMR players. A lot of them were like EU as well, I think. A lot of the competitive scene was like mainly EU players, and I played on NA. Isn't the solution to play with the pre-made party? I mean, yeah, but finding 4 other teammates to play with is not that easy to do. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I would play MOBAs with my friends. Well, I had some like IRL friends that I would play with, and I don't know. I was like kind of a tryhard, but then my friends just wanted to like goof around and they would just like suicide and just like feed the fucking enemy team sometimes. And I don't know. It was like, it was hard for me to not care or not get like annoyed. I was the toxic player. Yeah, I mean, dude, MOBAs make... Dude, it's like so hard not to be toxic when you play MOBAs. It's just...
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
This is so weird, this progression. I'm like... I'm kind of confused how I actually get through this area. Sure, we'll figure it out, though. That's where I came from down there. Angry Testy has been streaming Han. Yeah, I remember I used to watch him. I used to watch him stream it quite a bit. Oh, maybe they connected the bridge where we do this, the Dist Ruin My Life skip? They announced Han Rebirth. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to play Han again anymore. I am like past that point of my life. I'm done. I'm done with MOBAs forever. Moon Meander. Yeah, Moon Meander, dude, there was this guy that I used to watch called Helmet of Cheese. And he was like the funniest fucking guy. He was so toxic, and he would just like flame people in the most creative ways, and it just made me laugh so much. Okay, so I'm guessing we actually have to go this way. Maybe. Maybe we do have to go to, like, where the bridge is. Aha, I was right! So yeah, there's a skip so in the base game chat, normally there is no bridge here, but you can actually cross this gap. It's a skip that I found. That's pretty difficult. Saves like 10 seconds or 15 seconds or something. You can jump on these little pillar thingies and like jump around the wall and make it across the gap. Keep bragging. All right, whatever, dude. I'm proud of my skip. All right, dude. Heard it was easy. I don't know. Go try it yourself. Too bad it's not used. Oh, can you not use this? Do you not actually use that skip in any percent anymore because of the death poker or something? I don't actually know. I'm a little like out of date with the any percent run. There's an elevator here. What the hell? This elevator seems kind of pointless. Well, if the elevator didn't exist, there would be no way up. Because in the vanilla game, normally there's a route that you climb, which then takes you up, connects to the branching path. But the routes have clearly been changed. Because first off, the route doesn't connect from down below here, and it also doesn't connect from down below there. So the route now connects to that building over there, which is normally not even somewhere you can access. All right, well, let's go down this way. We can get the grace. Yeah, it looks like Leyndell has actually been changed a bit. I didn't think it was, but it actually has been. This fucking guy and his bounce. Know a lot about this game? Yeah, you know, I've only played it for 3,000 hours, so. Oh, no fucking way, bro. That was just greedy, man. I don't know. I should have just rolled away. The problem is when you get OP, you just like become complacent. I don't know. I was like, oh, he's just gonna do one hit. Oh, he did a second hit. Now I'll be fine. Oh, he did a third hit, and now I'm dead. Fucking hell, I'm all. I don't want to be back down here, dude. Hey, 3K hours doesn't stop you from being greedy, alright? 3K hours as a no-hit runner probably stops you from being greedy, but, not as a speedrunner. Man, it's so... The cloud form is nice, but it's so hard to get a backstab with it on. Because you have to, like, stop sprinting, but your character wants to... your character just automatically sprints. It is really hard not to be... not to be greedy. Like in the Night Rain tournament, I really need to like drill it into my head to play defensively and not get like too greedy. Cause dude, when we were at PAX chat, we were playing with random audience members, and I got so many of the audience members killed because it was like, oh, let's just try to kill this. The circle's coming in, the circle's on top of us, but this boss is at 20% health. Like, let's just kill it. And then the fucking audience member goes down, and then the Bandai staff goes down, and it's like, I'm like trying to res them in the fucking circle, and I've got a boss with like 10% health left beating on me. Anyways, it's just, yeah, I'm so greedy. It's so bad. Yeah, there was a guy who, so to find the audience member at PAX, they would ask like who played, you know, the Night Rain network test or whatever, and what the fuck? You know, they would ask if people who had at least some experience playing Night Rain, because they didn't want somebody who like doesn't know how to fucking play the game up on stage making a fool of themselves. But yeah, one of the guys like said, one person said that they knew what they were doing, and they had like never played the game before. So like the match starts. Oh, it's Seki. The match starts. Wait, I need to get my souls back. And he's like asking how to attack and like how to heal. Not being experienced in a game that isn't even out yet. Look, the guy had clearly, like, okay, it's fine if you haven't played Night Rain, in my opinion, but at least have played like Elden Ring. This guy had never. I don't think he had ever played Elden Ring at all. What did I just get? Oh, Crag Blades, Call to Thunder. Perform a heavy attack to call thunderbolts down upon foe. Follow up to fire a lightning spear. Keyboard player. No. There was actually a girl who had like FromSoft tattoos. She was like a Giga fan, but apparently she only played on keyboard mouse. And she had to use controller, and she just fucking like carried super hard. I know. It's crazy. Hey, Lark's name. Larksa doesn't have tattoos. Is there anything else over here? Reeved. All right, well, we need to get back up top. I wonder if there's multiple ways. Didn't find any other nice weapon for this build. Not really. Not yet. Surprised I'm playing the Convergence mod this late. I mean, I've already played Convergence mod before, 2 years ago when it came out. And I was waiting for, you know, updates because... I don't really like playing the mod, you know, every time it gets an update. Because most of the updates aren't really meaningful enough where I feel like it's worth playing again. The free Garden of Eyes overhaul. No, is it actually any good? I don't know. The Garden of Eyes stuff seems like there was this guy who made this DS3 mod, and I remember when it came out, there was a bunch of people who were like, dude, are you gonna play this, like, this Blood Souls mod or some shit? I don't know. It was like a heavy metal inspired mod. And it was it had some like cool ideas, but okay, you know what I hate personally is when there's a mod and you go to like the round table hold and every single item in the mod is just available for purchase from like a vendor. That will make me instantly hate your mod. Or hate is a strong word, but like I don't want to play it if everything is just in like a fucking vendor. They're there for testing? Yeah, okay, you say that, but some of these mods, you know, like, I don't know. It's not, if you want people to have a good first impression of your mod, having everything available from a vendor is kind of just weird, in my opinion. I like getting stuff progressively. I like being rewarded for exploration, not just like, okay, I can test out every single thing in the mod 1 minute in. The Midnight claymation game worth looking into? It's okay. I don't think it was like an amazing game, but it was cool for what it was. It was just a little. It was like. Yeah, it was cute. I agree. Oh, this is... Isn't Convergence like that? Everything is set in the notes? I don't see how everything being available from a vendor and being able to know where 20 items out of 1,000 in the game are, like yes, there's notes that tell you where they are, but not exactly. It says Stormvale Castle. You know how fucking big Stormvale Castle is? Like, that's bait? I don't think it's bait. I just think the guy genuinely thinks somehow that buying everything from a vendor is the same as getting a note that gives you a vague idea of where they are. Now, in my opinion, that's not even fucking close, but I'm not getting, you guys say I'm getting baited. What the hell? Oh, shit, can I not get back up? Oh wait, I can. Let's not call people idiots, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Bishop, but the thing is, this mod is focused on classes, right? Like, they don't want you... the way the mod works is that you have a progression route, and you're meant to follow it for your specific class. You're not meant to do every single thing in the game in Convergence mod. It's not built to be played like that. I mean, you can like I've talked to the creators of this mod before. I'm in Couch Jockey's stream when he's working on the game on the mod. Like, they specifically set it up this way. I mean, I do agree that, you know, it does take away a bit of the exploration aspect because you do know where like the stuff for your class is, but the alternative would be needing to search through everything to find your specific class stuff, which, you know, I think people would rather just know where it is. I do think the notes maybe hold your hand a little much in the mod at times, though. Like, it is... I mean, I do agree with you. It does take away part of the mystery. I do honestly agree. Oh, I can't fucking open this. But there's still plenty of stuff in the mod that is not shown to you in the notes. Well, so much of the loot in Elden Ring is trash as well. Like, when people do replays of the game, you don't see them clearing everything. They just go exactly where... They mainly just do the remembrance bosses and maybe clear whatever dungeons they might want for their particular build. You could just not read the notes. Yeah, true. I still can't believe Nem's never actually streamed Elden Ring. Has he actually streamed Elden Ring ever before? He did. So from what I remember, Nems did one stream of Elden Ring. He hates it. Nems doesn't stream. That's not true. I was watching him play he got the Mortal Shell world record the other day. It was epic. It actually kind of made me miss running Mortal Shell a little bit. He hates everything except DS3. Probably true. Run Mortal Shell to steal his record. He's been running RE6, but he won't stream it. Oh, really? Where does he stream? Well, he has an alt account. I won't say what it is though. I raided his alt account once and I think he was kind of mad at me. Or maybe he was just joking. I don't know. He's like, Dist, what the fuck are you doing raiding my alt account? I was like, listen, bro, you never stream. Like... So, yeah. I couldn't help it. Yeah, he should just disable raids for his ult, honestly. True. if he doesn't want people to raid it.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
He can't log into his alt. Stole the seedbed curse here. Did I do Inferno? Are you talking about RuneScape? Yeah, I got my Inferno cape like a few weeks ago. I haven't really been playing RS. I wanted to do Yama, but I don't have the like Emberlight thingy, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. The description of the all-knowing scepter. I just saw that weapon, I was like, this thing fucking sucks, but maybe it's different now.
Fuck off! Fucking hell!
This weapon acts as a staff capable of casting both incantations and sorceries if the wielder is rune level 1. Oh, cool. It's a rune level 1 weapon. Well, staff. No, I haven't done Kaled or Liurnia yet. Did we loot over here? No, we did not. Have I been underground? I haven't been in that many places, guys. I don't believe there's DLC spells that they've added, but I don't think there's much else other than that in the DLC from what I've heard. Should probably level up. Do I play Iron Man? No, I just have a normal account. I don't have the time to play an Iron Man in RuneScape. It just seems... I don't know, like it seems fun, but there's like not enough fucking time in the day to play RuneScape. Iron Man. Can't go back to a normal count. Well, do you stream 8 hours a day though? Fucking every day of the week? Oh, this is cool. Run! Thought maybe I could jump that. Jesus! Dude, the punish windows on this guy are like fucking non-existent. The ability to run and heal is so stupid. Yeah, it's kind of OP.
Toilet bitch.
Look, this is the box. If I remember correctly, you can actually... You can, like, get into this box by doing... I don't know. Josh Areno made a video. You can, like, soft lock your character if you get into this box in the normal game.
Awesome choice, stranger.
If you come to Leyndell and then you get trapped so you can't Mark of Grace... Or you get like the debuff where you can't Mark of Grace, and then yeah, if you end up in here, your character's stuck forever. Man, this is so weird. This progression. It's actually pretty cool though. Oh god, what am I in frickin'? It's like I'm in the Halig tree again. And wait for the Sekiro meta. I don't know if Sekiro Rando is really going to be as like interesting. Yo, what's up, Tom? I'll have the bingo matches with Lobos been going. Okay, so we can go up that way, but I kind of want to go this way.
Thank you.
Ended up 2-2. Nice, nice. Is this just a... Huh? Did I really come over here just for a uplifting aromatic? Jump? What do you mean jump down? I'm gonna die. Oh my god, look at this fucking guy. Are you kidding me? I see the 2 new weapons on repo. What, the cannon? Oh wait, this is where I came from, right? This. I'm wondering if there's a... I hope there's a grace, because I'm kind of like far away from... It's gonna take me a long fucking time to get back here if there's no grace. Well, kind of feel like there might be one. Oh, there's a purple item there. There's a stake. Yeah, I guess we're just meant to use the stake. Dude, this poison lasts for so long. What the? Who's this guy? I'm dead. I don't know this guy's moveset very well. Well, I don't think this is a normal moveset necessarily. It's like the weird gladiator guy, but slightly different. That fucking Pope. So fast. The Ash of War is pretty good, yeah. lets you iframe. Ooh. Damn, bro. Got some serious fucking reach. Thought I could jump that. Well, whatever. I'm OP. Just face tank everything, I guess. Seeger's Great Mace. It's an in faith weapon. Oh shit. Wait, how do I look at? Oh, there we go. Wasn't working before. Oh wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't have in faith. Never mind. Wait, was I comparing by accident? Oh, I guess I was. Never mind. It's a strength weapon. The thing is, once we kill Renala, we can actually respec. Vulcanist is into faith. Yeah, the thing is, that's the build that I used my first playthrough of Convergence. So I don't think I want to do the Volcanist again. Well, a lot of casters are either int or faith, but there are some combos. Knight Cavalry Armor. When you drink a Crimson Flask, you gain a buff that causes weapon attacks to recover HP. Oh, it's a freaking lifesteal. Oh yeah, you can get different mounts in this mod, chat. We definitely need to... We need to get a new mount. I also want to change up my weapon, because we've just been using these Zephyr Blades for so long. For like the whole fucking playthrough at this point. Well, not quite, but close to it anyways.
Thank you.
Ooh, a full set. Odds. Lightning armor. Get lightning damage, cast speed, and a bunch of faith. Shit, there's a fucking horse over there. Is that one of the mounts? Oh shit. Woo! Mount Funeral Steed. Speed 110%. Wait, they're faster? Damn. Wait, so what about Torrent? Dash and vulnerability, medium, ability, status, immunity. So this one doesn't have an ability, but he's faster. Oh, the whistle is different too. Cool. Elden Lord armor. Strength by 4. You drink. Dude, why does every single piece of int gear, it's like if you don't have int faith scaling, I don't think there's been a, it's either been ruin level 1 or like if you don't have int faith. When am I gonna find one that's like if you don't have strength or dex scaling? Maybe the armor effects are just primarily meant for melee builds, I guess. I don't know. Oops. Convergence is, I mean, it makes the game feel quite fresh. Like, the progression through all of the legacy dungeons is changed. That's why I like Convergence a lot, because it actually the problem is a lot of mods, they just feel like vanilla plus, you know what I mean? Wait, what did I just loot? Hey, Wubzilla, thank you for the 9 months. Oh, the all-knowing armor. Int and arcane by 2. What do you think about the talisman crafting? I'm not a huge fan of like the crafting stuff at the Grace. I think I understand what they were going for, but I like talismans being more of a progression thing. Where, well, I mean, you do get access to stronger versions of the talisman. Did my game just crash? You do get access to better versions of the talismans as you get further in the game. You like Vanilla Plus? I mean, that's fine. When I play a mod, I want it to feel different. I love Convergence because the map is actually quite different. You can find in inventory tab new items. Yeah, that's a change that they made with the DLC. I can turn it on, I guess. It is actually pretty nice. I should probably turn it on. Wow. Oh, Oh, it's a ruin level 1 gear too. Mined by 4. 5% of instantly recover your stamina when you dodge or jump. Whenever you dodge or jump, you gain a 2% increase in all spell damage, stacking up to 40%. Dang. Well, this is better. So my current one is int faith and strength by 2, but this one is int faith. Well, I guess we don't. I guess we lose 2 strength, but we get 4 mind. So that's nice. A little bit more mana. Wait a sec. What? Oh shit. Get Fia's set. Int and faith by 4. Eh. Oh, you can still wear the gear. Like, this gear just has an extra bonus if you're ruin level 1. Honestly, I think the armor effects are pretty cool, personally, but... That isn't her set? What do you mean? It's the deathbed dress. What do you mean that's not Fia's fucking set?
An awesome choice, stranger.
Oh. Well, they're both hers, aren't they? Technically? What's Torrent's new name? Aggro. Ooh. Estus plus 7? That's quite a lot. Oh yeah, what is my int? So what's my int faith at? We're at 25. I might be able to equip a new spell now. There was like another spell I wanted to try. We could try Gale Blast and... I guess Storm Strike. We have a lot of runes to sell. Oh, okay, guys, you wanna see something cool? So see how we got all these runes? We can go to the Grace, and we can do consume all ruins. Boom.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgot, last of all kings.
Hi. Big damage. Hiya. What?
Welcome home, Ashen One.
He's really close to posture breaking right now. Whatever. This'll stun him. Ooh, 4th Keystone of the Forge. Oh, we got a map too, so we can mark. Oh, hell yeah. So, okay, you do get the maps from the Remembrance bosses. Most challenging Convergence boss? I hope not, because that was literally just normal Morgot, bro. Alright.
Hello. Allow me. You are unable prevented the thorns. A husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide you.
Morgot always gets wrecked. If you have like a decent build.
Like to let my hand share them with me.
Alright.
Your thoughts.
A weapon that gives you max health for killing mobs. I don't know. Sounds useful. I've missed a lot of new bosses. Oh, I'm sure I have. Okay, let's go to the round table and we can give that guy the map. So he can unlock the Altus Plateau stuff for us. Where is the map guy anyways? Was he down? Is he down here? What is this? Oh, right. Oh yeah, so this is our mount, chat. We can pet him now. Good boy. Where's Torrent? Oh, there's Torrent. Hey, buddy. Wait, what? Oh, did it change? Oh, it changed it back.
No. Oh, don't pay me. Just lay out your...
There was a really cool weapon that we were looking at before. Oh yeah, we upgraded the Dairu's greatsword, which was pretty cool. There was another one though that there's like there's a trick weapon. Was it the? I can't remember which one it was. Oh, so this is the map, guys. So if you give this guy the map, then he marks all of the bosses in the zone. So you can see like if there's new bosses, which is pretty cool. It's like this is still the Sanguine Noble, this is Elimer. I mean, granted some of them might be changed, but it's kind of a good way to know if there's like actual Magma Worm, Rykard, Full-grown beast. Banished. Wait, Banished Knight Oleg. Well, that's different. Crucible Knight Ordorvis. The maps tell you the boss names. Yeah, well, it adds all these like pins. So after you kill the remembrance boss of the zone, you can turn in the map to that guy and then it'll pin like everything on the map for you. Along with, you can see whether they're like alive or dead. Have you played Convergence mod, Tom? Also chat, this is my new mount. It goes 110% speed. Did I play this mod before? I played this mod 2 years ago. So, a lot has changed since I played it last. What's his name? His name is Aggro. The Ooh, a lot of stones. Oh, the meteorite staff. Cosmic tunnel. Tunnels through reality to instantly move a short distance in front of you. Oh, it's a teleport spell from this guy. Cool. Are you doing all bosses? No. I'm just like kind of, I don't know, I'm just enjoying exploring. I'm not really, but no, I'm not doing all bosses. Just kind of killing what I feel like. Yeah, the TP spells are crazy. Let's try the new spells. That didn't do very much. I mean, the tracking on that move is so crazy. Prevents their poise from regenerating. Yeah, true. Why is it so hard to get mods on console? Because you're not allowed to modify your game files on console unless you have a modded console, which they don't want you to do. Maybe there will be some day in the future where mods are actually like supported on consoles, but I just don't see that happening with how like companies don't want you to have access to their assets. Like most game companies do not support mods. And if they do, it's always on PC because yeah, consoles are very restrictive. Hi, Jen. Thank you for the 27 months. Yeah, whatever. What the? Was I not happy enough? I'm sorry. Are you gonna play Night Rain, Jen? Strength, Dex, and Endurance by 4. I know Scott's in the tournament. It's going to be a fun tournament. Immunity to stagger for 30 seconds. It's pretty good. Giving the ability to mod for your community would enhance the popularity of the game. But the thing is, it's not up to the game developers whether or not mods are allowed. Like, to mod a game on console, you would need, like, it's generally up to it would be up to like Xbox or Sony whether or not they're gonna allow modding, because You need access to like the file structures of the game. I wonder what you get over here. Yeah, then that's kind of the issue. If they allow modding on consoles, then that also allows people to basically like pirate games on consoles. Because while people can pirate games on PC, on console, it's not really possible unless the console is jailbroken, so. Arc has mods on PS5. Maybe I'm wrong then. I mean, I don't really know. Either way, modding on console is very uncommon. It's definitely not standard practice by any means. Yeah, I'm gonna get a Switch too. But I mean, Duskbloods isn't even releasing as a launch title. So I'm not really in any rush to get one. Wow, good fight. Challenging mod. Okay, dude. If I was playing base game Elden Ring, she would have died even faster, alright? Like, wait, what the fuck? Guard Crucible's Betrayer. Oh, I think that's in the Ashen Capital. Beltwin, Radagon, Moog. Alright, well, I don't know. So we could go... Wait, we don't have the Academy key, the Glintstone key. I'm not sure... Let's see if we can go take the teleporter. Shows you where all the bosses are. Yeah, so after you kill the remembrance of the area, like if you kill Morgot or Radon or Godric, you get access to a map which unlocks all the pins. So yeah, basically if you want to know where everything is, just go rush the remembrance boss. It's honestly a cool look. It's a cool system. Oh, I wonder if Karia Manor is different. Does this guy still sell somber stones? What do you have, EG? Ah.
Something.
I mean, that's nice. You can get a bunch of weapons to +3 with that. So cheap too. Was the spear blade the one with the... Oh yeah, so this is a trick weapon, chat. Isn't that fucking cool? So you get like a spear and if you tap it, it goes to like a short sword. And so it has 2 different weapon arts as well. So this is the sword one. Oh. Oh shit, you can even do transform attacks. Damn. It's nice. I want to try more weapons, but I don't have enough. I mean, I guess I could just do it like fight +3, but I don't have that many of the large somber stones. Hopefully we'll find a way to just like buy the large somber stones. Essence of Frost. What is that? Ah, it's one of the perfumer things. I kind of want to make, so if you, there's 5 different perfume, like pieces of a perfume bottle that you can collect, and then you get to make this like perfume weapon. I kind of want to see what that is. Sounds kind of cool. There's the frozen trees from the mountaintops here. A Hugo Boss perfume at the end. Okay, well, I want to go in the front, but I also want to look around here. There's normally not a tower here, so this is new. Wonder if it's a memory stone. There's a Grace here. It doesn't seem like... Oh, wait, you can actually do a skip here. I think the devs didn't... You can definitely do a skip here. The devs like speedruns. Oh, it's just a Newman's rune. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's intended. The devs like speedrunning, so. You say it's not intended, but I honestly think it probably is. It's just a Newman's rune anyways, though. Okay, well, somebody said there's... Apparently I missed something over by the ruins. The like, graveyards. I don't know, I'm gonna go back and check. FromSoft patching Leyndell skip. Dude, FromSoft and their priorities when it comes to patching is something that I will never understand. Like in Bloodborne? So you know in Bloodborne, there's that enemy that drops the key in the orphanage? Like before Living Failures? Or no, sorry, Celestial Emissary? Before that, yeah, the one that you hit with the cane. Anyways, that enemy that drops the key, you used to be able to jump over the railing next to that enemy. And you could just jump over the railing and you would end up like right next to the door that you used the key on. But it's like you could only do it after you had killed the enemy. So you were basically done with the zone. It saved like 10 seconds of running or like 15 seconds of running. It didn't even skip anything. And they patched it. They added like a giant invis wall so you can't jump over the rail. It's like, why? You know? Why, dude? You said there's something here? Oh, wait, can I like climb this? Maybe? Surely this is what chat was talking about. Oh wait, there's a little like building thing here. Oh wait, there's a fucking elevator. What the? Oh shit. The tracking on this, I don't know how I feel about this weapon. It's a cool weapon, but the weapon art is... Oh, we're just right here now. Cool. Locked shut for now. It's so much darker here too, I can barely see anything. Maybe that's just the weather though. Maybe we just got a bad weather effect for the time being. Not really sure. Can I also just skip this? I think the top is also blocked. Yeah. It's so dark. The thing is that this isn't dark, it's like foggy, almost. It's like dark fog. Sorry. I saw movement and I swung. Hello, Ronnie.
A tarnished here. Thou must have some though I haven't. No reason in particular thou claimest. Intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this encounter. Wilt thou enter into my service? That I might well. I soured a. But I require. I anticipate. Good, there is. I would have thee. I have called. Ah.
Okay, I guess this quest still works the same way, it seems.
I don't know what's.
They got rid of Noxtella skip. There's a new way you can do it, though. I believe there's... Yeah, there's some, like, new Noxtella skip that people are doing, I think.
I'm situated the Eternals. I'm planning to go see if I can.
You have to, like, jump on a tree.
Again, a Karian, I'm told. I will.
Alright. Good old EG. Who's your favorite NPC in Elden Ring, chat? Too fat. Ronnie. Turtle Pope. Turtle Pope is pretty based. That's not the right illusory wall. For some reason, I thought it was just right behind that. Is it here? Oh. Is there even an item in here, though? No, I still can't fucking do anything here, chat. Which is what... that's the reason why I left anyways, because I was like, I'm pretty sure I don't think I could do anything here, but... Then again, you know, maybe there was gonna be an item. Maybe they would have added something. You never know. Never know. Well, I guess it's cool that they added that elevator there because you can basically just rush Ronnie's quest instead of going through Karia Manor normally. Can I go through this fog gate from behind, I wonder? Probably not. That is not the fog gate. That is a wall. No. You don't even need her quest anymore? Oh, really? Oh, can I not go around here? Oh, I can. Oh. Something died. I guess Torrent died. There's a fucking invis wall there. I don't think I died, though. Okay, well... Let's go back to the front, shall we? Ice spells count as wind spells? Do you mean they do physical damage? Is that what you meant to say? I don't know if that's true. They also scale with arcane, so... How'd I like Doom? It was fun. I actually have a sponsor to play Doom again today. Second 50-90. Any plans for doing Doom runs? I don't know. Honestly, if Night Rain wasn't so soon, I would probably be more inclined to like run Doom. It's just, I don't know. Night Rain is soon. I kind of want to. I'm having fun playing Convergence, so yeah.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
The cuck armor. Woohoo! Oh. Non-physical damage absorption, weapon stam cost, and weapon magic damage. It's a good elemental defense set. Somebody throwing like bombs? Holy shit, this is so hot. You know what, I want to see, what do the frenzy spells scale with? Are they also int faith? They are. You know, maybe we should go for the frenzy stuff. We actually got the notes for the frenzy stuff too. So we could... Ah, there's no DLC spells for frenzy either though. That's okay. Oh yeah, there's also the armor sets. Banished Knight set, Divine Beast set. The Dancing Lion and Bellarat. Maybe we should go to the DLC and fight the Dancing Lion. The Set of Solitude. Also, I wonder how if like Scottry fragments are still a thing in this mod, or if they just like got rid of them. Western Nameless Mausoleum. That's also DLC, isn't it? Chapel of Anticipation. We could go there, assuming it's you get there the way that I know of, anyways. Yeah, I already have 2 of the keys. Hey, hello. I wonder if there's a lever to open this gate. Probably is. Yeah, I do want to try like a good amount of stuff. Honestly, this weapon one-handed is almost seems better. It's really fast when you use it one-handed. Yeah, I have my own NPC in this mod. I killed Gino earlier. Well, he also killed me, but I got my revenge. I killed Domo. I killed B. Can't remember who else I killed. Oro told me his NPC is in like the Moonlight Altar or something. Oh yeah, I fought Seki, yeah. I did not fight myself yet. What the hell is going on here? Oh. Hi, Leppa. Oh, okay. Is there Hob and Dino? Pretty sure. I think like most Souls creators are in the mod. Yeah, Lobos is definitely in it as well. My NPC is like a pyromancy in Volcano Manor, or a pyromancer. No Spicy. Well, Spicy doesn't stream that much, so I don't know how known Spicy is. Spicy is like one of the best fucking gamers I know. I wish he streamed more, but he's a normie now with a girlfriend. Can you believe this? You have a girlfriend? Yeah. I'm also a normie now, I guess. Where the hell are you going, Leppa? Get back here. Man, this is so weird. Wait a sec, can I go? Was this locked? It was, okay. Bob NPC talks you to death. Yeah, this is Karia Manor. This is really weird going through this area, though. Hob casting spells. They should make Hob's NPC just shoot you with a bow and run away. Kind of over leveled. Yeah, a little bit. That's fired. I'm just having fun. I'm just joking. What the? So I can... Oh, wow. Storm Shatter does insane posture damage. Speedrunning the new Doom is like going to be Elden Ring with zips. Yeah, it kind of is. It's pretty... Oh my god, so many crystal buds. These maps custom? Nah, this is normal Karia Manor, don't you? Don't you remember? Oh wait, is this where you go to the... Aha. This is the Sonaf, normally. I wonder if it's still Sword of Night and Flame. No, some weird pants. Strength, Dex, Vig, and 1 by 1, Endurance by 3. It's Rune level 1 pants as well. I started with the Stormcaller class. Is Ella in this? Probably, as I would imagine so. Is this still a Stone Sword key? Or a Rune Arc? Yeah. I can use Torrent here. What the? Look at me go. Oh, never mind. Oh, can you actually use Torrent there in vanilla as well? Well, this is weird. Not really sure. Oh, I go this way? A lever? Oh, I guess I need to go through that gate. Is Nems in this? I don't know. If I had to guess, probably not. Oh, you can go up a ladder here? I don't know where you get Sword of Night and Flame. It wasn't in the normal spot. It's probably still somewhere here. Or maybe they moved it somewhere else completely. I think the glitchless any percent run is like 56 minutes or something. That's where I was before. I thought I saw an item down there, though. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Sub 53? Is it really that fast? Damn. One of the new patches for Elden Ring made the run like a lot faster from what I remember. Because they did a patch where they upped riposte damage, which made a bunch like the riposte damage increase patch basically made it possible to. Oh yeah, and now you have the Death's Poker. You know what? I don't even know if you. I guess you probably still riposte sometimes with Death's Poker, but yeah. The funny thing is, Death's Poker, like we couldn't use it in the speedrun for years because the weapon was broken. Every single time you used the weapon art with the Death's Poker, it would cause your character to get like it was like a hit stun glitch. It's like your stop motion or some shit when you're using the Death's Poker. So it's funny that we probably would have had. Like the run would, if that glitch didn't exist from the beginning, we probably would have had such a faster run. So yeah, it took years for them to fix the glitch. All right, I'm gonna go get some more water. I will be right back, chat. All right, I'm back. I am back. I wonder if I have to go through the jar. If I have to go through the little jar area. Will I be participating in the Convergence speedrun bounty? Maybe? I don't know. Tonight I will speedrun. Will I? I didn't know that.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Hey Drox, thank you for the 56 months. You miss a muck? Dang. I have a favorite from game. I don't know, it's hard to say. Elden Ring probably is my favorite. There's things I don't like about Elden Ring, but there's a lot of things I do like, so... I just like Elden Ring because it has so much replayability. It's just the replayability is dampered by the... In my opinion, it's dampered by the world being so big. Like, it just takes so long to get around the map. And... I don't know. I think that if... I still feel like they could have done a better job at adding more teleports around the map. Like in base game Elden Ring, it's like they added a bunch of teleporters and then kind of forgot that they existed, or maybe, you know, maybe they just didn't want too many. But like you start in Limgrave, right? And then you have these options because you can teleport to Caelid. Well, there's 2 teleports to Caelid. And then you also have like a teleporter to Leyndell, although you're not technically supposed to be able to enter Leyndell using that teleport. And then you also have a teleporter in Liurnia to at least get to the academy. I feel like more teleporters just would have been nice. Like imagine a teleporter in mountaintops, like some hidden teleporter that takes you closer to like Fire Giant. Stuff like that, just things to move around the map. And you have the air tree teleporter here. Yeah, but I'm not talking about the mod. I'm talking about the base game. That charger too felt really weak. Oh, so are we able to actually go into the boss room? I think we should do this fight first. Maybe there isn't even a... Whoa. Holy fucking FPS. I gotta say, the frickin' Zephyr blades are so much better. Oh my. Like it's actually night and day, the frickin' Zephyr blades versus the other one. Alright, yeah, buff up. Show me your moves. Oh. Holy. Okay, dude. That is... Really? Dude, my rolls are so bad. I'm OP. He has a lot of like roll catches. Didn't seem like he had... Seemed like the spear guy from Sekiro. Yeah, it might have been a modification of him. Honestly. I mean, yeah, but he, well, I could have killed that guy ages ago. I just wanted to see his moveset.
Majestic.
Sure. Were you not watching the stream? Hello? What do you mean? The heck is this? Hey, Vanquish, thank you for the 26 months. Is that a dragon? Ooh, what is this? Sword of the Cosmos. Oh, it's the Sonaf, but it's... Oh, look at it. What the? I'm playing Demon Souls? What the hell is this? And does that double hit? Can I hide behind this? Can. Cool. Oh, wow. Wait, the moveset on this thing is like really... Yeah, it's the light greatsword moveset. I never really used the light greatswords that much, so... Fucking who put all this shit here? That's the theater crew, and they stored all their their seats. Dude, what the hell? Okay, where even am I anymore? What is going on? I was definitely not expecting this. Am I going backwards? Maybe this is the progression. I just feel so OP with this cloud form on. Just being able to like run around and heal is so... it's so strong. I think other classes also get similar buffs. Where do I want to go? Ice Crest Shield. Increases the damage of frost sorceries by 10%. Okay. It's a nice little shield. So nice, just not. I don't lose any time when I have to rebuff. It's just instant. Dude, I have no idea where I am anymore. This isn't even recognizable at this point.
Toilet, bitch.
Not that that's a bad thing, just to clarify. Ghost Seeker... Night Greaves. Weapon damage by 1%? Your strength, dex, and endurance to be increased by 1 each time you dodge, jump, or block an attack. Dang. That's a lot of stats. Oh wait, I should probably grab that grace. I don't know why I didn't. It's been a while since we've found a grace, actually. Dude, Karia Manor is massive now.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Did not expect this area to be so big. Ah, there's a gate. Probably a lever somewhere, I imagine. Feels like something is going to be here. For Convergence TLC. Oh. Oh, it's just... Okay, there's two different pathways to get to the Grace. Yeah, it's cool that, I mean, I imagine the devs, they'll be able to take the Night Rain bosses and just put them in base game Elden Ring. Why and where would they? Well, I mean, they have tons of custom areas in Convergence mod. Maybe not in base game Elden Ring. Because, yeah, I mean... But at least for, like, modded Elden Ring, I imagine we'll see the Night Rain bosses show up at some point. like 50 watchdogs. So one thing that is interesting, I believe in Night Rain, the Night Lords can actually attack you during the day. Like after you've completed a Night Lord, I think they can attack you during the subsequent runs. I saw a screenshot of like the Libra NPC thing. It was just like out in the world during the day. It was from some like Japanese, from some of like the Japanese event, I think. The goat looking thing, yeah. Well, when you first do the Libra fight, you have to like make a deal with him. What the? Wait, so there's... What the hell is this? There's 2 fog gates? Oh, and I can go this way? Wait, this is just looping back, isn't it? Thoughts on Kazan? I think Kazan has really good boss fights, but I don't like the loot system in the game. The loot in Kazan is super bloated, in my opinion. Who's this guy? Einar Ice Guardian. The holy sh... Alright, bro, chill. Thought maybe you got like iframes during that, but you don't. Oh, that's not what I wanted to use. You gonna stomp? Can't fucking see anything. Blinded myself. He does way too low damage. Oh, I can make him do even less damage if I put this ability on him. Now he does 25% less damage. Can I just like... Can I just stun him? Oh shit. He's... It's fine. Look at that damage. Wow. Propose do so much. Oh, it's the Liurnia map. Remembrance of the Ice Guardian. All hit run. What can I say? Pretty good at getting hit. Alright, well now we're back here. Wait a second though, there was the other fog gate, right? Oh, there's just 2 entrances to the boss. Okay, I see. Was welcome with the zone full of tutorial messages. To be honest, you don't have to really read any of those if you don't want to. Alright, well, that was cool. I mean, the boss was definitely on the a bit on the easier side. If we were using the Zephyr blades, we would have like killed it even faster too. All right. So, let's see here. There was something cool at the right, there was something at the Chapel of Anticipation, I think. Oh yeah, the Eagle's Edge. Yeah, it was the weapon the chatter wanted me to use. There was something else at the chapel, though, that I wanted to get, I think. So. Wait, what the hell is this building? Oops. Nice torrent skin. Yeah, this mount goes 10% faster, actually. Hey, Nubist. There's other mounts you can find as well. I wonder if they reworked the village under there, whatever the heck it's called. I'm really curious about the academy too.
Elden Ring.
Albinauric Village, yeah, that's the name. Wait, what the fuck is that? Huh? Well, I'll go back there later. I can teleport back. I can go there actually after I grab this. I mean, it looks like it's the teleporter icon to get into the academy. So maybe this is like a hidden entrance to the academy, I guess. Or is that just like a glitch then? I don't actually know. It's not Torrent. Yeah, we have the Night Cavalry. Although, is that not just like Torrent with a cloak on? Emo Torrent. Yeah, this mount is 10% faster. I think there's 2 other mounts you can find in this mod as well. Maybe even more than that. You can see, I can show you here actually. There's a menu for it at the Grace. So you can see here, you can click mounts, and then, so I'm using the Funeral Steed, 110% speed. There's also Torrent, but he's just 100%. I want to go fast.
Stranger, thank you.
Yeah, I've been to the stables in the Round Table Hold. That's why I know that there's 2 more mounts. At least as far as I could tell. There's 3 more mounts? Yeah, well, you didn't need to say that, but that's okay. That's cool, too. How was PAX? It was good. It was a lot of fun being able to play Night Rain. I'm pretty pumped for Night Rain. All right. I think one of the pens in the round table hold had 2 horses in it. I think, which is probably why there's 3. I think I might have just forgotten. I wonder where this goes. Oh! Takes us to the Turtle Pope. I don't know. Okay, like the thing is, people are calling Night Rain a cash grab, but I still kind of view it as like it's kind of like a DLC for it's like another DLC for Elden Ring. Like you can't really think of it as the only thing is I wish in Night Rain they had, and maybe there is, but it would be nice if there were new weapons and like armors for Night Rain. And maybe they'll do that in the DLC or something.
I am my opponent. Do you know how it came? Well, the shattering. It is here by the matter, and so the Erd tree. Oh, you are free. I would so if you find, unless in which case.
I mean, I'm not as excited for Night Rain as I am, you know, like a brand new Souls game, obviously, but I mean, I definitely still think it's going to be a lot of fun. Give me all of your spells. I mean, Night Rain has new, like, we're getting what, 8 new bosses confirmed, and potentially more than that, along with new. Well, I don't know, maybe, I don't know how new some of the environments will be, but... Eight Night Lords and a final boss. Yeah, and I mean, they've also modified base game bosses too. So I don't know. For people, though, I think the bosses, like, the bosses will be a lot of fun. I do wish there were more... I wish there were new weapons and like new weapon arts and stuff. I mean, armor doesn't make sense because you have like fixed armor in Night Rain, but having some new weapons would have been cool. And maybe there will be new weapons. Maybe you can get new weapons after you've beaten like new weapons could be put into the pool after you've beaten the Night Lord. I don't think that's a thing. Right. Okay, so... I also want to go to the Divine... There's something in the Divine Tower of Liurnia. I can't remember if it was in my notes. Or... Oh, right, you get the Banished Knight set at the Chapel of Anticipation as well. That's the other thing that I wanted. Oh, I think it was maybe one of the mounts is at the Divine Tower. I'm not sure if I need the Carian statue, though. I mean, some people are going to call Night Rain a cash grab. I don't... The fact that there's a good amount of new content is you know, plenty enough for me. And it's a new way to play Elden Ring. I guess just a new like genre in a way. So I am definitely gonna have a lot of fun with it. But I also love these games, so I'm like kind of biased. Dude, I think it's been a long time since I've gone down this like elevator here. I mean, we still don't even really know exactly how Duskbloods is gonna work, do we? I mean, all I remember is in the interview they said it's going to be like you could load into the game and one game could be a battle royale where it's the last man standing, and then another one could be like a group PvE boss kill is like the objective. So, you know, like I'm leaning more towards if it's, you know, if there's a good chunk of PvE type content like that, then that'll be sick. I wonder when From is gonna announce their next Souls IP though, or not Souls like, you know what I mean? Never. They're working on something, dude. They're shutting down the studio after Duskbloods. It's funny because what the fuck is that? The building over here? Some people seem to think that, like, I saw people crashing out on Twitter acting like FromSoft has like quit. Oh, you start here. Where does this go? Oh. Nox Maiden is friendly if you start as that class. Oh, that's cool. How do you install this mod? If you just type in Elden Ring Convergence on Google, it'll be like the first search result. You just download it off Nexus Mods. See, the thing is, Red Bible, you clearly have not seen Night Rain if you think it's Fortnite. That's the most just ignorant comment I've ever seen. People who are like, it's a battle royale. It's like, dude, the circle, how fucking stupid can you be? Just because there's a circle doesn't mean it's a goddamn battle royale.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Watch it come out and be a BR. Okay, well, are you trying to win the stupidity statement award? Oh, what the? Bro, the game's coming out in 2 weeks, and we've seen gameplay. Okay, these comments can't be fucking real, man. Yeah, Night Rain has progression, but it's honestly the progression feels kind of like minimal. I actually think it would be cool if they leaned more into the progression aspect of the run, because you get the relics, but you can only have 3 relics equipped, and at most the relics are going to amount to like plus 10 stats and maybe like a few effects. It would have been interesting if they made, you know, the relics like really OP, so you kind of need to get like good relics in order to actually, you know, complete some of the content. I don't feel like the relics are that important overall, but I could be wrong. I mean, I haven't seen that many relics total, so. Dex by 1, damage by 1, stamina cost. And I gotta say, the armor effects are kinda cracked, though. Are there armor effects? So the chest piece can have an effect, the gloves can have an effect, and the pants can also have an effect. I haven't found a helmet with an effect yet, though. Like a conditional effect, that is.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Gurkhan, thank you for the 3 months. And we're almost at like max Estus already. Is it possible to get on this roof? Oh yeah. I mean, obviously from above, but...
I didn't think it... Oh, God, it's not easy. I know. Show me your hands. It's just a little test. Your skin isn't so smooth, is it? You need slick, slidey hands to be potentate, you know? I'm sorry, cuz. But I don't think you've got what it takes. What a shame.
I still can't believe that Miyazaki, like, dude, they should have made... I can't believe you have to kill Alexander to get any of his charms. Yeah, like, let's make Ash of Wars the best damage in the game, and then make you murder him for it. Good job. Good job, Miyazaki. Have you played a Souls game? Dude, yes, I have. But why does it have to be this way? Why does everything have to end in death? It's not fair. Okay, well, we still need that. Doesn't Alexander want to die in combat? Yeah, kind of. The thing is, though, I mean, if Alexander beats you, he'll probably eat your corpse to try to steal your abilities, which is kind of fucked up. Just saying. Fucking bozo NPC. Dude, this fucking weapon art misses so... Oh. This weapon art misses so much. Where is this fucker? Glint sorcery. Dude, like, look at this fucking weapon art, bro. It's trash. Why is the tracking so bad? It's fucking pitiful. Stop using it. Dude, shut the fuck up. You're acting... Alright, maybe he's right. But you know what? I'm still mad at you. Oh. It still misses, dude, even when I've tried using it from far though, it still misses pretty easily, I feel like. I don't know, maybe you just need to know the range really well. I think we got everything. Or maybe I missed something and now I'm gonna regret it, but... This motherfucker. Fuck you, dude! You are so fucking annoying! Holy shit! You fucking bastard. Yeah, how do you like my air tax, bitch? Dude, I will say, I think that is actually the most annoying NPC in the entire game, though. He is such a fucker. She, whatever, dude. That is not of my concern. Vike is pretty annoying, but I would rather fight Vike. Vike only has one bullshit move. Yeah, Maldron in DS2 is pretty troll. That's true. Maldron is the one that like runs down the tower, right? Lamenter. Well, I mean, that's kind of an NPC, but it's more of a boss. I mean, it's a boss fight. There's no grace here? And I can't use my mount? Wait, what the fuck? Am I gonna have to actually climb this tower? That's what it looks like. Huh? But you can't repost him? I guess. Oh, you can. Okay. It's just being weird, I guess. Oh yeah, maybe the cloud form was like making me sprint. What the hell? It's in the center then. Aw. Oh! Horsey! What the? Whoa! New mount? What are the stats of this mount? %10% ability focus recovery. Oh, when you're on the mount, it restores your mana? Ooh. That's cool. Not that that's that useful for me right now anyways, but I'm not really using the dash invulnerability anyways. I'm gonna grab a little snack real quick. I will be right back, chat. I'm gonna take a short little break, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Fucking move. Oh, it follows me. This move is cool, but it's a little loud. It's also... I'm also dropping frames on a fucking 5090. Wooden PC. What the hell, Leppa? I did get a new horse. I have a, I have the Karian Night Horse now. Yeah, for anybody wondering where we are climbing the Divine Tower of Liurnia right now. No, I don't have all my spells yet. And it's so cool. I love like map edits and mods. It makes it feel so unique or like fresh. Divine Village. Yeah, kind of. The Divine Dancing Tower Village. I wonder how Archthrone's development is coming along. I'm pretty sure I follow them on Twitter. I don't think I've seen any new like updates though. What about Nightfall? I believe Grimrock's actually working pretty hard on Nightfall still. R1. I'm just... When you have so much healing, it's like, wow. Might as well just fucking face tank. They posted an update 3 hours ago? Oh, really? For, Archthrones? I wish I could swing this thing horizontally. When Nightfall was supposed to release before Elden Ring. Yeah. Dude, this is a long fucking climb up here. This is such a big tower. We're getting there, though. Dude, I want somebody to make... Somebody needs to make an only up mod where you like start in Caelid and you just like only up your way all the way across the fucking... Just only up all the way to the golden tree. Why? Somebody made an only up mod in Elden Ring and it was actually pretty fun. Like but it was pretty fucking jank. People are stuck on the only up level in Expedition 33. Yeah, that thing is... yeah, it's pretty easy, to be honest. Wait, is there no... Wait, was there a... I grabbed a Grace here, right? Oh yeah, okay. I was kind of spacing out. In the base game, you go up this tower just to pick up, like, an item. Oh. Oh, shit. The Godskin Mama. She doesn't seem too scary. Oh. Building up that posture damage. It's stunned. She's gonna stun soon. Oh shit. She buffing. Oh god. It's Malekith. Fireballs are red. That's pretty sick. Oh, it's a double hit. Being able to heal while, like, I would be so dead if I could. Okay, dude. For the air tax. Really? Dude. Oh, the tracking! Cyclone is really good. The first mark of death. That was cool, man. Cool fight. Master Godslayer incantations. Oh, wow. Oh shit, it's int faith as well. Dusk bolt. They're all ass. What you mean? Surely these are good. Deicide. Godslayer's Devotion. All holy damage you deal by 5%. Stam cost of attacks. The FP cost of weapon skills by 80%, but reduces total FP by 90%. Each time you strike an enemy with a weapon attack, you gain a stackable effect which decreases the FP cost of incantations. When you cast an incantation, it clears all stacks and heals you for 50%. Huh. That seems pretty good. I mean, it's very, like, specific, but... Total FP... Increases your poise, but lowers total HP and lowers all non-spell damage by 75%. Okay. Each time you cast a Godslayer incantation, you're healed by 7% of total HP. Oh, we also have the Godskin robe. Well, we can go check what the Remembrance can be turned into as well. That was a cool fight. Yeah, I thought the theme was nice too. I was focusing on not dying, but yeah, it was a really cool fight. Certainly much better than than the tower normally. I'm gonna keep some runes just in case.
You know, the fingers shake when they are about to... No matter.
Einar's Hammer. It's a frost hammer. Twister shot. The Godskin Flare. Oh, okay. It's an Int Faith weapon, so I mean we could try it. Our Int Faith isn't amazing, but it's not that bad. Oh, you know what? Are the weapon arts different on this? Oh, I think it's the same. What about equipment? There's so many cool weapons, man.
Well, I took you've no man to lay out your answer.
Yeah, it's pure holy, which is like not great for my build because I have the physical, like I have these talismans which increase fizz damage. Also, we can do a bunch of remnant crafting. We have like so much stuff we can make. Oh, you get immunity. That's useful. Oh yeah, here's one of the better ones. So the glowing relic remnants are like the very strong ones, I guess. Just get them all, why not? I hope I'm not gonna like regret doing this, like they could be used for something else. I don't think so though. There's a lot in the combat ones, though. I don't know. Whatever. I don't like just having the gold scarab on, honestly. The physic could be upgraded to have more things equipped. It would be cool if you could have, yeah, like... Yeah, you could increase the capacity of the physic. Honestly, that would have been cool. That would have been cool.
My name is Toilet Bitch.
My god, look at how many there are. It's impossible to do. Hey, Lucky Boy, thank you for the 48 months. Look at my new horsey chat. We got horse armor DLC, baby. Did I say pointed bitch? I said toilet bitch. Oh, it's still just this buffoon. I'm just kind of face tanking. Ah, that weapon art's not bad. It's Elden Ring D-Rust. I mean, we're just having fun, man. I'm not trying to have a chat, like I'm not trying to gimp myself in a mod anyways. Once we're done with Convergence, maybe we'll do some like vanilla Elden Ring stuff. Eagle's Edge. Apparently this, oh yeah. Ooh. It's an ultra katana, great katana. Wait a sec, can you? Yeah, it's... It actually reminds me of the Monster Hunter longsword. It looks so similar.
Oh, majestic!
The int, faith, and endurance. Hmm. I'm fat. I'm fat. Oh, there we go. It's Ansbach's Scythe's animation. You can kind of like combo it. I wonder if it actually gives iframes when you like do that. Oh, it would have teleported me right here too. Cool. All right, well, let's go upgrade this thing. A Futbuck enjoyer, thank you for the 12 months.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have used that. Well, we still need to go to the academy, so maybe we go there. Wait a second, where did the now I'm actually... Where did this teleporter take us? Because we took the teleporter, didn't we? It didn't take us here. It took us... Wait, where the fuck did it take us? Did it take us to... I think it took us to EG, didn't it? Hmm. Convergence versus Reforged. I prefer Convergence mod. I don't know, Reforged was cool. The problem is I played it on master difficulty, which honestly kind of just sucks. I mean, it's doable, but it's like... Every fight is such a fucking... Such a nightmare on that difficulty. I do always feel obligated to play on, like, the hardest difficulty. Can't help myself. The thing that pissed me off about the master mode in Reforged was that they made it so expensive, or this doesn't have to do with the master difficulty, but just Reforged in general. They made it incredibly difficult to upgrade multiple weapons. So they give you the option to buy all the stones, like the somber stones or the smithing stones, but it takes like fucking 200,000 ruins to upgrade a weapon, like a smithing weapon, to like plus 12. It's like 100k or like 200k. And it's like, why is it like this? You can't even try different weapons. Because I remember I would kill a boss in Liurnia and I would get 5,000 runes like normal. And then, you know, it takes so much to upgrade a weapon. The mod basically just forces you into using one weapon. I would have had to kill half of Liurnia just to upgrade another weapon to my current weapon level. And the mod there's a bunch of cool weapons in Reforged, but you can't try them all, or you can't try like any of them. They simplified it by making you focus on only using one weapon? Well, no, they gave you the option to try other weapons because you can buy all the stones. They just made it so expensive that it's not realistic to actually buy them. Unless you're very late in the game. And some people in chat were saying, oh, just cheat in the runes so you can upgrade your weapons. But it's like the mod, I don't know. Just the fact that I would have to cheat to make the mod enjoyable for me just makes me not even want to play it. Oh, this is where the glint sorcerer spawns. Cool. They expect you to boss rush. I mean, the thing is, you can't boss rush though in Reforged, because every boss is incredibly difficult. Like each boss takes so long, and the thing is, you can't go to a late game area and just like go kill some late game boss, because that late game boss is going to one-shot you with every single move, and they probably have like 100,000 health. So you're just, I don't know, man. Reforged is just balanced fucking terribly, in my opinion. And I guess part of that is because I was playing on master difficulty, but they could make master difficulty fun and still difficult. But instead it's just like fucking torture, and you can only use one weapon the entire time.
Mikkel?
Will I run record attempts at Elden Ring speedrun? Probably, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't have any plans to run Elden Ring at the moment. I may try to run Night Rain, but the thing is, you can't really run Night Rain. You can... Like, the only thing that you can speed up in Night Rain is killing the bosses themselves. The days are, as far as I know, they're fixed. Like, fixed duration. I always forget that I can swing on the other side with Torrent. I always just swing like one direction. Convergence easier than vanilla? I don't know. It's very subjective. I mean, vanilla, like, if you know how to instantly rush a +10 weapon in vanilla, vanilla is fucking piss easy. Like, it's so fucking easy. If you get a really strong weapon and you max that shit out right away, fucking everything just explodes. Did I already loot? Huh? Did I already loot this? I mean, at least base game Elden Ring. Like, the DLC is definitely still quite difficult. Oh, I did loot it? Oh, okay. So yeah, sometimes I'm kind of reading chat and half paying attention to the game. But yeah, so we can actually just use the remembrances. More into faith. Is that big thing to the northeast? That building? I don't know. Liurnia is pretty crazy. There's tons of new stuff all over the place. When am I playing Blueprints? I don't know. The DLC smithing stones are just dumb. Yeah, smithing stones in the DLC are kind of weird. Patterns and blueprints will be off the wall. Yeah, I'm sure. Backseaters would probably be horrible, as usual. I have a Doom sponsor today. Yeah, in like an hour and a half. What is that? I think that's just the gate. Exploring in the DLC felt unrewarding. I think the exploration in the DLC was okay. The problem is there was a lot of big open areas that were kind of just empty. Like the overworld was very barren in the DLC, at least in a lot of the areas. Yeah, the furnace golems weren't the most fun thing to fight either, I agree. Go to New Forge deep into DLC near the end of the dungeon, 3 smithing stone ones. Yeah, and you better fucking like it, alright? Damn, look at that damage. Holy crap. This thing is slapping, dude. Spent hours running around the finger. Dude, the finger ruins in the DLC were like, I don't know. That definitely made me sad. I really thought, like, it was such a big area, and it was just, all you do is just blow the horn, dude. It could, like, they could have done something more with it, I really feel. I don't know, I think Abyssal Woods being empty was, that, like, made sense with the lore, and maybe the finger runes also made sense lore-wise, I don't really know, but I mean, I do wish there was a bit more in the Abyssal Woods, but I kind of understand that being pretty empty. Yeah, I thought the horn spawned a boss too, because one of the notes kind of made me think that. It's still a rune arc here. Oh, the crown is here now too. Yeah, chat, you know about this illusory wall? It's so shiny in here, what the heck? Alright, hold on. I gotta use the restroom. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was checking my Discord. Apparently, I'm not doing the Doom sponsor today. So, yeah. Holy shit, this is so hot. Isn't it on the 21st? Well, yeah, but I mean, my talent agency was like, I don't know, they said I could choose the 19th as a date. So I was like, all right, let's do it on the 19th. And then, it wasn't actually true. It's fine though. It's not a big deal. Honestly, it's easier for me. I'm having a lot of fun playing Convergence, so no big deal. This weapon is really good. Quite enjoy the Great Katana. This fucking thing just does so, I'm just one-shotting stuff now, dude. The running attack is so OP. Oh, alright. Looks, oh. I really thought we were gonna crash there. If the elevator doesn't work? What the? This area is after Godric. I mean, I know. I didn't say that. Did I say, oh, these enemies are super weak, they should be way stronger? No, I just said they're fucking weak, all right? I'm just making a fucking observation. Ooh, what is this? That looks so fancy. I thought I was gonna get something from that. Wait, what is this? God, the Great Katana moveset is so fucking good. Whoa, wait, that just did... That little punch I did so much damage to him. It's in the base game? Yeah, I know. Well, it's in the DLC. Oh shit. We're blocked. What the hell is this?
Stranger.
Are you able?
Stranger. Thank you.
Are you able to park? Oh, there's an item over there. I think we need to maybe drop down here. Is there any way to get? I actually don't know where I'm supposed to go here. I'm sure we'll find it though. No, you can't summon Torrent. Okay, dude, what are these tombstones? No, this is fucked up. I can't do this with the auto run on. That's bait. Oh, god dang it. I was feeling so good. We hit the hard jumps and then I missed the easy one. Oh, I hate jump. God damn it. You either go like you either go too far or too short. I need to jump diagonally. Which is what I tried to do the first time. All right. That's Oh. Ah. Oh man, I love the Great Katana moveset. So it's just so good. It's so fucking good. I can't get back up. Oh wait, I can. Never mind. Elevator? There's a waygate here. I wonder if that takes you to Volcano Manor now. Instead. I don't really want to go on that yet. If I drop down here, I don't know if I can get back up. Actually, no, you can get back up. Yeah, I don't really think they're trying to go for logic with the teleporters in this mod. They're just there for like convenience sake. Ah, we're gonna activate the elevator. Cool. Maybe? Oh, yep. Is this thing faster? I might have, maybe I should have dropped off. Okay, we have an elevator. There's more of these statues. Are these statues normally here? I don't know. Oh shit, I can, oh my god. Wait, I can parkour here? Is mod easy or are you over leveled? Pretty over leveled. Probably should have came to this area second, but I didn't. Oh, wow. Has a custom charge R2. It seems really slow, but maybe you get like iframes during part of it. You think that's a bug? What the? Oh. Hey, Toasty Toes, thank you for the 14 months. Okay, so this is just the lower area if you decided to jump off early. So you still can get up from here as well, it looks like. That's cool. There might be something over here. Oh, we're back here. Okay, I'm just going in a... Okay. Yeah, I think we've... When's the sponsor segment today? It's not today anymore. So... Yeah. Apparently there was a communication issue and they like the dates got mixed up, so. Oh, thank you for the 103 months, Molten Guy. Sorry, yeah, I've been pretty bad at keeping up with the resubs this stream. Thank you, Molten Guy, for the 103 months. And Seaglad, thank you for the 18 months. So Dana, thank you for the 25. Free sub redemption isn't a meme, I'm really far behind on the queue. So I apologize.
Go forth.
Hey Alex, thank you for the 31 months.
Touch the demon inside me.
Every time I try to like go through all of my gifted sub redemptions, I start gifting the subs, but then after like 15, my bank thinks I'm like being scammed, so they fucking like it stops working and I can't do anymore. Only gift 10 at a time. I can't, well, yeah, I mean, just, but then I forget, right? What's this weapon? It's the Eagle's Edge. L2, L2, R2. No, there's no strong attack follow-up. Is that balls? the... Sorry, balls. Huh. Yeah, that felt kind of bad. You want to see charged L2? Yeah, I don't think you can charge it. Could be cool if you could. This weapon is OP. Yeah. It is. OP this, OP that. I mean, yeah, the thing is, people will be like, oh, this is OP, that's OP, but most of the weapons in this mod are pretty strong, from what I could tell. 5 endurance. I'm gonna break the game. I'll stop. They have most areas be doable at the start for different classes. Every enemy is pretty downscaled. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Liurnia is, or Raya Lucaria is normally a pretty low level dungeon as well. I mean, because it's right after Godric. Sorry, Bree. Oh. Thought I was gonna fall off there. Ots is still struggling in the DS2 rando. Yeah. DS2 rando is pretty rough. Dang. Can I go through this door? The Grand Library key. Oh my god. Her 1v1 is too tough? Yeah. Troll Knight Sword. It does give iframes, actually, when you do the R2. Cool. Unstone Scarab. 10% FP cost of sorcery. It's not bad. They like platforming in the mod. I also like platforming a lot, so you know, I'm enjoying it. Do I have any interest in doing Elden Ring leagues? Not really. I don't really want to be, I don't know. I don't like committing myself to something for, I don't want other people to have to like rely on me for weeks or months. Yeah, it's just, it is almost, it's like too much of a commitment for me. I kind of just like streaming whatever I feel like. I'm not like, I don't want to be just stuck playing Elden Ring, you know? And I mean, well, you're not necessarily stuck playing Elden Ring, but it's... I kind of like just doing my own thing, just doing whatever I feel like. So it's hard for me to want to commit to one of those leagues. Doing commentary for it could be fun, yeah. I wouldn't mind doing that. No, I didn't go to the area above yet. Yeah, I'm quite competitive as well, and I don't know. I don't know if I would have that much fun with it if I was like being super competitive about it. You know, wins them all. Didn't Blanks win the bingo brawlers last time? I don't know who won it. I don't think it was Gino. Maybe it was. I'm sure somebody in chat knows, right? Was it Blanks? Gino didn't participate? Oh, okay. Now it's teams. Ah. Did I play DS3 Convergence? Oh yeah. I think I played through DS3 Convergence like 2 or 3 times. I mean, I'll probably play through this Convergence as well again, you know, once there's like a good amount of DLC content out. I think doing this mod, I almost want to try like a Rune level 1 run in this mod as well, because you have all these unique effects for Rune level 1 builds. It's kind of cool. Am I gonna blast through the DLC stuff in this run just for the fun of it? Maybe. I mean, it takes a while to run around the DLC, but I guess I don't have to pick up Scadu fragments, so that's nice. Sekiro got as much mod support. The thing is, it's harder to mod Sekiro in a meaningful way. There are some pretty cool mods for Sekiro, though. Like, people have made enhanced movesets for, like, Ishin, and I think some of the other fights as well. There's some pretty good difficulty mods for Sekiro. Where do I always get confused trying to go through this area. I can never remember which way I'm supposed to go. The unalloyed fights in Elden Ring? Yeah. Yeah, the unalloyed fights are really cool. I wonder if you get the Grand Library key here instead, maybe. Glintstone key. You know, there's a lot of people who I've seen, like, people will say, "Oh, Sekiro is one of my favorite games," and I'm like, "Did you do the gauntlets?" And they're like, "No." But I mean, 3 of the best fights in Sekiro are in the gauntlets. I honestly wish that they just had made those inner fights accessible in the base game in like some way. I mean, well, they are, but yeah, came out well after the game released. Yeah, I know, but still. People replay the games. I mean, it's kind of annoying because you have to get through, you know, a bunch of bosses just to fight the new ones, which is kind of a pain. But yeah. In Sekiro, so they released Sekiro on Stadia, which is some like weird fucking thing. I don't even really remember what it is. But they released it on Stadia, and because of that, they added an update for the game. It's like, you know, they're actually, they're doing an update for Elden Ring because they're releasing it on Switch. Apparently they're adding 2 new weapons and like 2 new something else's, I don't know. But yeah, so Sekiro got an update for Stadia and they added the gauntlets. And so the gauntlets, it's like the Pantheons in Hollow Knight, where you have to do a bunch of fights in a row, and then at the end, you can fight Inner Genichiro, Inner Father Owl, and Inner Ishin. And they're basically just like souped up fucking giga versions of the bosses. Can I even go anywhere from here? Oh wait, I might be able to go back up. Maybe. Yeah, I finished all the Pantheons in Hollow Knight. I guess this is just a spot to drop down. I don't think you can get back up, it looks like. I think I might have to actually just go back up and around. It's possible I missed something. I got the key. Oh wait, what the fuck I did? No, I did not notice. Wait, when did I get this? Oh, was it at the end of that hallway? I just like, yeah, I didn't even realize. I think it was because I got the, yeah, it was, okay. I see. It was on autopilot mode, yep. Have I played SMT? Oh, I think my game crashed. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Okay, sorry. Did I get to try out the Sekiro parry dude in Night Rain? No, they didn't let us play. They didn't let us play that class when we were at PAX. Oro tried to play the class for a few seconds and they were like, no, don't do that. Noble Slender Sword. Square off. Oh, great. It was unfinished. No, it's just... I just don't think they want information about the Executor, like, being leaked. Not that Oro would leak it anyways, but I guess it's just like, you know, they're still... They don't want people to see it that shouldn't, I guess. Yeah, Square Off is, like, so good. Now you leaked it? Leaked what? I didn't leak shit. Yo, Mitch, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, everybody? We're playing a overhaul mod for Elden Ring, which is... This mod is like crazy. It changes if Oro has some gameplay on his channel. No, he doesn't, actually. He has gameplay footage from his network test. But that's it. Oh, there's Grace here. We were not allowed to record anything when we were at PAX. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Mitch. This is like a huge mod that overhauls a bunch of the game. So it adds... Like, it changes the progression for all the legacy dungeons. There's like huge map edits. Would definitely recommend checking this mod out if you feel like playing more Elden Ring, Mitch. Adds a bunch of new weapons, spells, talismans. It's like a... Yeah, it's a massive overhaul for the game. I am pretty OP though, so you're probably just gonna see me kill this boss in like 2 hits. Yeah, you can do this seamless co-op. There's like 30 different classes you could choose from in this mod, and all the classes have different starting locations. And the starting locations are like revamped areas too. Very, very cool mod. Needs to do normal Elden Ring. Well, you... How long has it been since you played normal Elden Ring? I guess you need to, like, refresh.
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew.
It adds new types of toeless socks for the female characters. It does add panties that you can equip. Oh, really, Mitch? Wait, so you never beat Elden Ring? For some reason, I thought you had. Oh, come on. Oh my god, I'm so OP, dude. I don't even have my flask on. Yeah, and it procs bleed, too.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee patiently. born forever and ever.
Using the storm. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, the cyclone would have gone pretty hard there.
My name is Rani the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide.
Is this different? I don't know. Like, Godric was slightly different, but not really that much.
And the majesty of the night she
Oh yeah, Renala doesn't have her frickin' weird-ass helmet. Oh my god, I jumped up into it? Are you kidding me? What the?
My child.
Oh shit. I'm gonna kill her already, man. I mean, we've seen her moveset for the most part.
Little Rani, my dear mother, weave thy night into being. Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide.
Oh, I guess there's no grace inside here now.
Plenty, didn't.
Wait, is the chest still here? I wonder if there's anything else in this area. You can actually buy as many larval tiers in this mod as you want. Be nice. Something new if you talk to her? I don't think so. I imagine you just respec. I wasn't paying attention to what the interact option is, but I'm sure it's the exact same.
Is it to become?
Oh. Oh shit, you can actually make yourself rune level 1. Interesting.
Be not, I would art thou?
Yeah, I think you can choose... No, you can't choose your class in the cosmetics. I don't think Greater Rebirth would let you choose your class. Well, maybe. No, see, it says it refunds 82 levels, so that means I would be level 13. Which I think is my class's starting stats. All right, well, now we have the option to respec, so that's nice. I want to try to get some of the... I want to get more of the I want to get the frenzy stuff. Like, maybe some frenzy weapons. And some frenzy gear. The ivory sickle. Wait, did we find that? I don't think so. The Yellow Annex Ruins. Blade of Distant Light. What is the Yellow Annex Ruins? Oh, it's in Snowfield. Frenzied Flame Camp before Volcano Cave. I also don't know where that is. Not sure. Abandoned Church. Wait, given by Hyetta in the Frenzied Flame prescription. Are you telling me do I have to do Hyetta's fucking quest? Jail Cave. That's in Kaled, I think, right? Impaler Catacombs. I think we already got that one, right? Maybe not. Oh no, the faint one is the starting one. The shimmering is the follow-up. Well, I have as much playtime in Night Rain as in Elden Ring. Well, I have almost 3,000 hours in Elden Ring, so no. I don't think I'll be playing. I don't think I'm gonna get 3,000 hours out of Night Rain. Oh yeah, I do have the map for this area now, don't I? Or I probably do. I should have it. Hope Night Rain has endgame difficulty scaling. Yeah, I really hope there's something in Night Rain, like some sort of mechanic where after you've beaten all the Night Lords, you can up the difficulty. Like, maybe NG plus, or, I mean, I don't know, just some... I mean, my dream would be that after you beat all the Night Lords once, you basically fight inner versions of them. Like in Sekiro, you know, that we were just talking about. That would be fucking sick. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that's probably gonna happen. But... God, that would be so... Like, God, can you imagine that? What is this path? Jesus. Once you beat all the Night Lords, you'll fight an armored core. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you unlock the final Night Lord if you defeat the others and it's way harder. Yeah, but that's still just one boss. Like, how hard can one boss be? Colossal Somber Stone. Because, like, yeah, you know, with your logic, like, let's say hypothetically there's only one really difficult boss. Then it's like, okay, so what? You're just gonna fight that one boss the entire time? That's the end game? Just doing the one boss? Like, sounds great. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you're gonna... Well, I think you're gonna have to fight all the Night Lords. Like, I think as you beat the Night Lords, you'll unlock more of them. Just based on the info that we've seen. I mean, I think it would be cool if there was, you know, a heat system or NG plus. I'm not sure though. I don't know. I mean, the game's only like a week, less than 2 weeks away, so we'll find out soon. Oh my god. Why is Vike here? Because that's where he normally is. I wonder if his spear is any different. Oh, you can coat the weapon in flames. That's cool. Hyeta's Flare, Mind Melt, Tendrils of Shabriri. Let's go upgrade our Frenzy Catalyst. Did I play Gears of War growing up? Yeah.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
We have so many smithing stones. Maybe we should try to use a smithing stone weapon. We can get a smithing stone weapon up to like +9. Wait, we have 6 golden seeds. I guess our flask is maxed. Yeah. They give you so many golden seeds. So it's 1 golden seed per upgrade in the mod, by the way. And like until you hit max. That's it. It's pretty cool. Yeah, like you're not meant to do all the content in this mod in one playthrough. You're meant to kind of just like go for a specific area, I think. At least I'm pretty sure from what I've heard couch jockeys say and stuff, you know, their intention is to have you do multiple playthroughs with like different classes, not to really try to 100% everything in one run. Not that you can do that. It's just that's why a lot of stuff seems kind of easy too. I mean, I'm just trying to focus on doing all the remembrances for the most part. You know, maybe we should go see where that teleporter at the bottom of the lift takes us. Kind of want to go to Volcano Manor. I guess we could just go to Volcano Manor the normal way, but let's go see what's down here. I wonder, is the lift? Oh no, the lift is working now. Nice. I mean, I'm pretty sure Renala's remembrance is still just gonna be her same shit, guys. Yeah, I know about the maps. I need to go turn in the... I assume I got a map when I killed Renala. I don't see it in my inventory though. Unless it's... Maybe there's a different boss that maybe there's something else that drops the map. Maybe it just doesn't appear. Alright, where are we going? Aha, it is Volcano Manor. I had a feeling. Okay, cool. So... Wait, there's a fucking ladder there. Oh. Oh yeah, my NPC is here, chat, somewhere. I don't know if I want to go to the Virgins. Wait a sec, that's... Wait, did I think that chain was a ladder? I think I did. Okay, bro. Oh yeah, I need to equip the new spells. Kind of forgot. I do so much damage, man. I'm so OP. Oh, I thought they got rid of the ladder here. Whoa! Okay, dude, I'm just doing so much damage. It's crazy. This weapon is fucking OP. Oh wait, no way. Oh, okay, you can actually open this door from this side. I was like, did they really make it so you can't jump around the side, but you can actually open it now? Katanas have a feint attack. Yeah, when you're holding charge R2, you can go into a feint if you dodge. Kind of forgot about that until you mentioned it, though. Yeah, I mean, it's a PvP thing for sure. Change spells. That's a good idea. Let me do that. Hi, Doki, thank you for the 16 months. Take off Storm Shatter. Put Cloud Form on here. An armament. I find it funny that air tax is 25% less damage, but then the higher level one is 15%. Maybe they stack. I feel like it should be the other way around, though. Oh, whatever. We don't need to use air tax. It's okay. Tendrils of Shibriri. Lowers the target's attack power by 10% with this one as well. Mind Melt. I don't do much fire damage, but it's okay. Hayeda's Flare, that sounds cool. Jesus. That's pretty cool. You know, I just realized that on my first playthrough of Convergence, I played the Volcanist class, and that's what they made my NPC. It's like, I'm like the volcano guy in this. I wonder if that's just a coincidence, or if that's why they made me the volcano guy. Holy shit, this is so hot. Hey, Fire and Sif, thank you for the 63 months. Thank you, man. Alright, let's see. How is this spell? Big damn. Wow, that one's kind of crazy. I mean, the thing is, I don't have that much, like, my talismans are all for physical damage, so that's not really helping me much. He was blocking? Yeah, I mean, I know he was blocking, but even if he wasn't blocking, it still would have done, like, not that much. Kind of stun locks, yeah. Wait a second, there's a ladder over here I forgot about. Unless they moved it. I assume you can still get on top. Do you think Night Rain would work better as another DLC? Well, no. I mean, it's the mechanics of the game are fundamentally changed. It's wouldn't make sense for it to be a DLC for the. Like, I think it's better that it's a separate game. Wait a sec. How do I get? No, we can't use the horse here. I'm confused. I don't actually know how to get up to that higher ledge. Oh, is it the spot over here? Yeah, Night Rain is Fortnite. Totally. I Oh. Hmm. That was kind of useless. Isn't this mostly the same so far? I am not 100% sure. I mean, there's definitely different enemies around. I mean, we would need to go check if... Oh my gosh. Kind of depends if we can go straight up that elevator that takes us to Godskin Noble. Whoa. There's a fence here. Oh, this door is actually open. I don't know if I want to go that way yet. So how do I get onto these rooftops then? Is it... I guess that works. Dude, some of the skins in Night Rain look pretty fucking sick, though. It would be cool if they had skins that were locked behind like difficult challenges and stuff. Imagine you could get skins for like beating the bosses at level 1, like not even leveling up. Or behind money. Okay, yeah, very funny. You unlock skins by playing this specific character. Well, you just buy you can just like buy the skins. Not with real money, just to clarify. Can I? Oh shit, you can. Damn, you can pivot it. That's pretty sick. I think it might have iframes. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, we're playing Monster Hunter, guys. What is this? I do something with this thing? You guys friendly? Hello. Actually not attacking me. Oh, nice. Alright, well. Am I gonna watch Summer Game Fest this year? Of course. I mean, sometimes Summer Games Fest is like, I don't know. I feel like lately there hasn't been. Sometimes it's good, sometimes there isn't that many interesting announcements, but it's still fun just to see what's on the horizon and potentially catch a, you know, a cool announcement. You miss E3. Yeah, it's a shame E3 is done. Corpa ad events. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know, people. Wait, where is this? Oh my god. There's a fucking golden tree down there. I want to go back down. Yeah, I'll be playing Death Stranding too, for sure. Wait a second, you can't go over this. Oh, you have to go. You know what? Let's go see. Can I go up the elevator that you normally would here? My guess is no. Oh man, it's fucking locked. Alright. Alright, I will not I will try not to cheese the mod. Wait, what? Can I jump through here? Get grabbed by him through the wall. I don't think he can get close enough. Man, what even is the progression through this area? It's actually kind of confusing. I need to get... Dude, this is actually pretty confusing. Like, I don't know. I think I saw the path. I think it's upstairs. There's like a window that you can drop off that brings you to the other section I was looking at. This might be too high up though. This is where... Alright, gentlemen. Over there's the spot with the golden tree, but it looked like there was somewhere you could... I was sworn I... Wait, maybe it is over this. Maybe it's over here. Oh. I guess that works. I mean, maybe that's where you were supposed to... I feel like that's actually where you were supposed to drop down. It's just... Well, maybe not. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is so... This buff is trolling me, man. Is there an illusory wall here? Or something? I mean, we don't even need this golden seed. This is pointless. We already have 7 golden seeds in our inventory. There is an item that actually makes you immune to lava damage. Maybe I should actually get that. Maybe it's somewhere in the lava. Maybe I actually have to go... Maybe somehow they made it possible that you need to go through the other grace? Like you have to go into the main part of Volcano Manor? Yeah, I beat Expedition 33. Oh, you know, you probably have to go... Oh, wait, no, I think I know where you're supposed to go, but... Well, alright, well, it's fine. I think I know where I need to go. I forgot about that elevator around the back. I think you're meant to just... go that way, maybe? But let's go over here first. Playing as the Stormcaller class. This weapon I have is kind of OP now, though. Man. Ready for Silksong to come out so you could be excited about a game? Yeah, Silksong is gonna be... Can't open from this side. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, then. Well. Alright. Okay, well, we know where we need to go. Only we could drop down around here. Okay, you know what? I don't know why I'm going this way. Let's just teleport to the guest hall. That'll be faster. Yeah, the progression through this place is kind of confusing. I guess it would be more... Since I took the teleporter to the halfway point, it kind of made the progression not... You know, you kind of skip a bunch of the Volcano Manor similar to... Well, actually, can I... Are you meant to jump up this? Like, you kind of are. Yeah, you can teleport in combat. It's so nice. I don't take damage from the lava, but I'm still slow. I guess that's handy for this fight, though. Oh. Oh. Sorry. What is he doing? Yeah, the charge R2 is... I don't know if I'm like using it wrong or something. It really does not do much damage for being such a slow charge. It does give iframes partway through the attack. Maybe you can do like a follow-up. It does have a follow-up. That also gives iframes, I guess. I do have Bloodhound Claws. I have another weapon that has the... Well, I have the Great Knife, which has Quick Step. There's another thing that has it. I can't remember. Is it a shield? What was it called, actually? Oh, this one, Champion's Evasion. Can also quick step with that. Yeah, the one-handed R2 doesn't do anything. Well, I mean, it doesn't attack, but it's not, like, special or anything. Will I be speed walking Death Stranding 2? Hell yeah. There's a mini boss back there. Wait. Oh, that's the other magma worm, I guess. Is the magma worm I killed? I guess it doesn't. Wait, it doesn't actually have a boss health bar, does it? So I guess. Oh, what the hell? What in the heck? Yeah, the cloud form is so good. Jesus. This is how casting magic goes for me most of the time. You just like sit there and you try to cast and you just get interrupted. Yeah, I guess these guys probably have a good amount of resistance to fire. That's true. That's true. My legs kept going midair. Yeah, it's... It's funny how it does that. The most epic cutscene in Elden Ring right here. Alright, Mr. Noble. Time to fight. Time to kill him in 2 hits, probably. Yeah, I don't know if you actually get iframes from it. Whoa, wait, he's done? Oh. fucking do my spell, you bitch. Glowing rune of black flame. Black flame mortar. I will say, I do feel like the bosses could... Well, I mean, I don't know. It's... The balancing of this mod is weird. I do feel like most bosses could just have double the HP and it would be like fine. But I mean, I guess I'm exploring a fair amount. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of impossible to balance. I mean, I agree with that to an extent. It's just I think they want you to kind of be able to do most zones like at any point. Set boss HP myself to what I want it to be. I don't want to have to be designing, like, what kind of fucking dumbass idea is that? I don't know why it's so hard to understand just wanting a... Like, the chat's solution to everything whenever I'm like, oh, I wish it was this way. It's like, well, why don't you pay a modder to make it that way? It's like, okay, it's not what I will... It's not what I want. That's what you did with the randomizer. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. Sometimes you just don't want to have to do these things yourself. Oh, what the? What is this? Yeah, I guess I don't play these mods to want to open up cheat engine and modify boss health values is all that's all I'll say. Simply put, it's not why I play these mods. Yeah, I have a talisman that reduces or makes me immune to lava damage. I assume I can't go through this. Oh, I actually can. Oh. I love how much parkour there is in this mod, actually. Oh shit, you can... Wait, it does... It's fucking broke! What the hell? It's broken! There is an only up Elden Ring mod. Actually, I made a YouTube video on the mod. It was pretty, it was fun. It was pretty jank, to be honest, but it was fun. So what, wait, what did this say? It doesn't open from this side? Oh my gosh. Dude, the progression through every dungeon is so different. They make basically the entire legacy dungeon required to progress, which isn't a bad thing. I think it's cool having alternate progression through the area. I'm sure with some of the OP spells like the teleports and stuff you could skip. Oh, it's me! How much damage do I do? Wait, hold on, maybe I should... Oh my god. Yes, no. Oh my. I'm fine. He healed? This fucking shitty ass little maids, dude. My NPC. Oh, you can spawn up here. Oh, that's so nice. All right.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
You're dead! Aha, I win. There's nothing in this chest? What is that weapon? That weapon seems pretty cool. The Lodestone of Gelmir. Oh, it's into the faith too. Magma Crush. It's like the Demon's Great Axe from DS3. That is pretty cool. No, the FPS is actually okay on this attack. Some attacks do a lot of FPS damage. Magma blade with extra steps, yeah, kind of. Dancer's pants. Oh, I have a lot of pants. Dancer's trousers. When you drink a Cerulean flask, you gain an effect that increases your dex by 10 and causes all weapon attacks you perform to cause additional bleed buildup. Well, those are some good pants. Oh, you can't actually go out this? Oh, no, you can. This is really dark. Oh, I should probably turn my lantern on again, shouldn't I? All right, buddy, get down here. Oh my. Did have a Doom sponsor today, but apparently they messed up the dates, so it's not today. So I don't have a Doom sponsor today. Oh my gosh. There's Rykard? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Oh shit, is it right here? Is this the portal to Rykard? Fuck? No. This is a portal to fucking Fort Lyde. Staff of Briar. It's good physical staff. Well, that's weird. I mean, this takes me outside of Stormvale, or it's not Stormvale, Volcano Manor, which is cool, I guess. Monk's Flameblade. Inflicts immolation. was cool. Sort of just flame. I mean, maybe you have to go through this way to get to Rykard? Somehow? That doesn't seem quite right though. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe Rykard's portal is over here. But I feel like it's probably something I missed. Thorn of the Guilty. Telekinetic Vortex. There's so many cool weapons, man. Is it not the quest line? I mean, I guess maybe you're right. Maybe you have to do the quest line, but it's not. I mean, unless I don't know. Am I dead? Jesus. If you have to do the quest line, that's I would hope they would have at least changed the quest line, because I think the quest line is kind of it's not the most exciting thing. It's again, I think I probably just missed it. Oh my god, whatever. Lava stone staff. It's a fire staff. Oh, it's int faith as well. I think that's like the volcano staff. The tiny ass punch hits so hard. Yeah, the punch does feel like very weak, but it does hit pretty hard. It's a little silly. Yeah, that boss is just in vanilla normally. And Volcano Manor's been kind of confusing. Alright, well...
We rarely fascinate, so about the
I mean, maybe she'll just... Maybe if I join, she'll just, like, take me there?
Use the key.
And what in the volcano? I hope you are... Well, no, that before you can... Before you can...
I am under Leyndell.
Well, I remember I did the quest. I did the quest before when I played the class, because it... Sure. Some of the volcano spells... Yo, Barb. Hey, thank you for the 6 months. This mod's pretty sick. It's not like super difficult. I'm kind of like OP as fuck right now, but have you played this mod before? Which is better, this or Reforged? I mean, if you want like a really difficult experience, you can do Reforged, but if you want a mod that kind of changes the game more and gives you like a bunch of fun stuff to use, I think Convergence is better. Convergence is definitely like, it's not super challenging or anything. A lot of the builds and like spells and weapons are pretty fucking strong. Gosh. Woo! Okay, I think we need to go back. We need to get back up top. So we need to go to... I mean, I don't even know. I guess we have to go here. Don't upgrade weapons, but like I picked up all the stones and you're telling me not to use the stones? Oh, I thought I was teleporting. I went to the wrong spot. I'm already one-shotting enemies. Dude, I could upgrade this weapon even further, man. We're only at +6. This thing can go to +10. Like, I'm not really sure what the intended progression is then. So like, you obviously go to the locations where your class has good abilities, right? Or like, you know, because you get the note that says where to get the spells and the weapons, and you can go down those routes, but like, I guess I was, you know, was I supposed to just do Stormbell and then go straight to Farum and just like beat the game, I guess? I mean, I don't even know. I can't remember. I need to go back to that sanctuary or whatever it was called, the Sanctuary of Knowledge, so I can remember how to actually progress to the end game, because it told me, but I kind of forgot. Oh yeah, you need the keystones of the forge, right? Which I have. I have 2. Oh, okay. So the first keystone is from Godric. Ah, interesting. Hmm. I think Rykard might give us access to the second one then. Or maybe the third? I need to find Rykard. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Jesus. What? Alone. Also, I like how these guys are immune to fire. I mean, they are in Volcano Manor, but it's just ironic because they're normally weak to fire. Do I not see the enemies? No, I do. I just don't want to kill them. This is so awkward with my buff on, genuinely. Fine, we can jump up here. This fucking buff, man, it's... it's fucking me over. I can't do like a mid-speed jump. Sneaky beaky. Can't go through this door, right? Yeah. Right, I can just jump over though. Why didn't I do this? Passing it again should disable it? I don't think that's true. And I'm not sure what the martial armor is, but... yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't think there's a single buff armor that applies if I don't... I have an int faith weapon, so I don't think that works either. But I appreciate the unwarranted advice again. My favorite? Okay, maybe I have to go through this window? Oh, I don't know, man. He's starting to stress me out. Rykard, you in here? Oh, I could have went through this way. Instead of going all the way around with the parkour. All right, let's see. Maybe it's somewhere. Maybe it's somewhere here. Ooh, this chest is back. What is this? What is this chest? Oh, wait a second. What the hell is this? How did I miss this? Oh my god, it was right here, dude. I could have just grabbed this. Oh my god. The truth lies below. Oh, great. Well, he did say it's a leap of faith. Honestly, I think I would have been fine. I think I'm meant to die like that. Or fall like that. But listen, I wanted to look around, okay? Okay? What the hell is that? This is crazy. Whoa. Wish I had Starlight. We should give Tops a visit. No fucking way, dude. Okay. What? Now we can jump into the hole again. Whee!
Oh.
Okay, man. This guy's crazy. Oh my god, dude, these ledges! Man, where the heck are we? Are we just like... Is this just like a custom area beneath the map? Just like in the void? Honestly, it would be cool if you had to actually go to record. I always felt it was kind of weird in the base game, just that you just get teleported to record. Where are we going? This place is huge. Dude, Starlight would go so hard right now. Shit, we're here. We made it. Damn. Do I have the weapon? I don't need no weapon. I have immunity to, well, it says environmental, but it has a picture of Rykard on it, so I think it works. What the? Huh? What the hell? Oh no. Die, Riker.
Well. Very well. Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour the very core.
This fucked guy. Bleed Brock. Oh, come on. That would have been such a good finisher. Second keystone of the forge. Okay, so I wonder what else it says I can kill for this. I can either fight General Radon, Estelle, Rykard, or Spirit Shaper Kymar. No idea where the Spirit Shaper guy is. Yeah, the thing is, I don't really know how modders are gonna make Rykard like different in any way, just because he's such a weird. It's like such a big model. I don't know how. Like, I feel like modding him is incredibly difficult. I imagine the humanoid type enemies are easier to work with. Now, I wonder if I can just Can I go straight to, I think you can go to the underground with the air trees. Yeah. You can even go to deeper depths. The air tree taxi service. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the raid, Garlig. Oh, hi, Wins. Thank you for the 99-month resub as well. Oh, the silver tear mask. Do I want to... I don't know, maybe the Spirit Shaper replaces the Moose? But we already have the second Keystone. God, I don't know, I'm just like... I just feel... we're just gonna kill... I think the difficulty of bosses seems to probably be correlated to which keystone they are. So we're probably gonna just absolutely destroy Kaimar. We need the third. I wonder what the third one is from. And then the fifth. Close. Holy. He's rolling like Fire Giant. Let's hit him with the touch of frenzy. Chill, bro. I felt like I rolled that. I We should get some of the other frenzy spells. Well, I don't know if we still didn't do the Impaler Catacombs. I mean, those are like the weak spells, though. The Shining Ruin. There's in the jail cave. That's in Caelid. Which is, I think it's this one, isn't it? Is it not that one? Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, we don't have to do Radon, necessarily. Wait, what the? Oops. Do Grey Runes do anything different? You know what? I actually kind of forgot about that. 20% HP, 10%, 5 mind. Kind of like the Ruin Gain from Godric's.
Stranger, thank you.
Do they have active effects? Oh. We honestly don't really need to kill anything here. Like, the boss is what drops the... Boss is what drops the rune that we want. Change the button prompts to match the DualSense layout. I think it's a mod. Frenzied Maiden. Okay, frenzy incantation damage. Reduces fire absorption. It sounds like this is like a turret or something. Three-finger flare. Hive Frenzy is a vanilla spell. I can't say I remember this being a vanilla spell, but maybe it is. You were reading the item description, I'm sorry. Oh, the Fundamentalist. Well, we have Max Estus now. That's a little... It's pretty nice. I like the touch of Frenzy. I don't know about the other ones. I'm gonna get a few more mana flasks as well. Holy shit. This one. Holy shit. Fucking, it's raining. It looks very cool. I don't think the damage is that crazy, but we also don't really have, like, our gear and build isn't all in on Int Faith. And we don't have frenzy increase stuff on, because if we had fire damage talismans, that would be like quite a lot, quite a bit more damage. Dude, the frickin' Great Katana is just so good, though. Alright, let's go do Fire Giant. I mean, it seems like he's just right here. Get a few level ups from him. Unless maybe... Wait, what? Huh. Oh wait, the chain's over there. Is this Grace still here? Frenzy weapons in the DLC. Well, the fist weapon is actually pretty good. Believe it or not. There's something in the arena here. I think they zoomed the camera out when you're fighting this guy. Oh, Fire Giant. Just use the weapon art. Bleed rocks. Am I dead? Oh gosh, that was close. I almost died. Okay, so you don't get a keystone from Fire Giant. I mean, he's not like he doesn't have a legacy dungeon. What the hell is this though? Wait, is that a sword? Oh my god. Sword of the Cyclops. Ooh. It's a faith sword. Holy shit. Pretty cool. There's so many cool weapons in this mod, honestly, and we've only seen like a small portion of them. What about the Axe of Godric? And just combo it like that? Go new boss? I mean, I don't know where the new bosses are, so... It is shooting them, yeah, it's kind of hard to see it. Yeah, we did the Divine Tower of Liurnia. That was cool. I think that was the one Gino... This is the weapon Gino had on his NPC. Wow. That's like the Ancient Dragon Lightning Strike. Oh, that's fucking... that's Gundyr. Yeah, Draconic Tree Sentinel's weapon is like so disappointing. Oh, what the hell is this? Ah. Oh shit, oh that's so cool. Damn. Oh, it just... Oh, the third. Scion of the Sealed God in the Lake of Rot. Well, that's a new boss, I guess. Maybe we should go to the Lake of Rot. Millennia is a third keystone. Huh. Also Moog. Placidusax, Fortisax. It's interesting. Oh, fifth keystone is Malekith. Okay. Oh, there's a church here? Elden Lord Crown. When you drink your physic, you gain an effect that adds 5 additional stam recovery. FP cost of weapon skill attacks, additional poise damage. Oh, poise damage is really good. Yeah, I kind of want to try like just a pure melee run in this as well. I think like almost all the weapon types in this can be really good. Or they all, I think they all basically can. Alright, let's go back to the tree. mean, if we go to deeper depths, we can get to the Lake of Rot. How do you get to Farum? Good question.
I like it.
That's so weak. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what? Let's try let's try our spells though. Like the mana consumption of that is so low. Oh, you know, I bet the Eye of Frenzy is pretty good for this as well. God, it does so much poise damage. The touch of frenzy is the touch of frenzy is like so good. It's the pizza cutter, yeah. I mean, it's just a frickin' tree spirit. These guys are super easy anyways. No, my seal is +7. Can you take this back, I wonder? Probably not. No. I still get all the Newman runes here, I wonder. Oh god. Oh god. Fine. Yeah, I'm gonna do a challenge run to beat the game with the messages on the screen the whole time. Okay, sorry, I'm done. I got the gross messer. I don't think it's anything. Yeah, it's like just a normal weapon. Nothing crazy. Oh my gosh, wait, what? This is so cool. So I can go along the side or I can take the big bridge. Torrent. Oh shit, there's a seal here? Seek my twin. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, this is much different than... Oh man. This is so much different than the last time I did this area. Because I think there were some slight changes to this area in the Convergence mod when it came out. But it was nothing like this, from what I remember. Well, this is what we need to go to the Lake of Rot. So we could probably just go down. Upgrade the blade to +10. Oh man. Okay, well, I want to explore this area, but I also want to go to the Lake of Rot. I don't know, man. I want to do both. Maybe we'll just keep exploring this for now. Oh, look at that. Look at that light. Is there anything else over here? Right, we could go up and down. Oh man. Let me in. Oh, what the? Wait, it's a mausoleum. So you can use mausoleums to duplicate weapons, I think? Or wait, does this do something else? Oh no, it does. Yeah, so you can duplicate the weapons in your left and right hand. I don't really know what I want to use that for, though. I mean, I guess we could get 2 of these katanas. They're kind of heavy, though. And I'm not really sure I want power stance moveset. Why would you need to do that? If you want a power stance, mainly. And I have no idea where I'm going. I am just running and running and running till I can't run no more. Where's the Rune Bear Cave? I don't know. I see a flame over there. Where is this guy? Oh. Some Nox armor. All magic damage by 1%. Oh man. This place is so different. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, if you want to go to Fia's, you have to... You have to put out the flames or something. Now, if I use a... If you use a Holy Grease, Grease, do you kill undead? Do they revive still? I think they do. Yeah. Yeah, if you use Shared Order, or Sacred Order, I think it's called. What the fuck? Jesus. That's a lot of damage. Okay, dude. This stupid ass skeleton. Fucking skeleton did like 70% of my health with that breath. I don't actually have that much health. I don't know if they changed the way that the scaling works for vigor. It seems... I mean, 40... I don't know. I guess 40 is a decent amount. I should probably keep getting... I should get a bit more, though. This thing has such crazy range, actually. Yeah, you're scared, aren't ya? Oh no. Death Knight armor. All lightning damage. Faith and endurance. How many Baldekin's blessings do we have? Become immune to summoning debuffs. Oh. Is this a boss? Yeah, that move is purely just for posture damage. Dude, what the What is this? Up. Oh, no you don't. He can res too. That's funny. Oh shit, the Radiant Ruin of Necromancy. That's like the best level of necromancy, I think. Ritual of Ghost Flame, Godwin's Vengeance, Phoenix of Death. Lionel's Helm. Strength by 1. Fia's Champion. Gain an effect that will force enemies to attack you. Whenever you take damage, you and your allies gain a buff that increases all damage you deal. Okay. Cool. You also gain a Death Ward effect that will prevent your death 1 time. The damage of all death sorcery. Wow, this seems kind of crazy. It's 38-38. This gives you 20% damage reduction and 10% damage. It reduces your max FP, but you could, this is basically like a melee buff. Oh yeah, and it does holy damage and death blight nearby too. That's actually pretty good. We should probably use that. I mean, if we're just gonna melee. Oh, this is another, like, another one that's similar. That's cool. Oh, so there's 3 bosses you have to kill here. I guess we got one of them. And then... So the question is, and well, I don't actually want you guys to answer, but... I wonder if it's still just Fia's champions. Like, you do all of this just to fight Fia's champions still? I guess the two-handed talisman isn't actually reflected in the stats screen. Am I going backwards? No, well, no, I guess not, because I'm still finding stuff. Oh, okay. So now we're here. So I was going backwards. I mean, there's the light over there. So I guess that's one of the fights. I don't know how you're meant to get over there, though. Convergence just, I really like Convergence because of the area changes and stuff. It just it makes it feel like a new playthrough or like a new DLC in a way. But I mean, base game Elden Ring is still great, and I mean, base game Elden Ring is balanced a bit better in my opinion. Well, I don't know. Base game Elden Ring still has some really broken shit, so maybe that's not even true. How do I get over there? I don't know. Maybe I actually had to go the other way. Look for the remaining 2 bosses. What do you think I'm trying to do? I think it's down here. It's just this other pathway. I was gonna go this way, but then I went backwards. Is this Foresight Slash from Monster Hunter? Yes. It is. Such a slow attack. What's up, Time Warren? But I can just cast that while running. Can't see shit when you're doing it. Yeah. No, it doesn't work with unendurable. Do I hear a... Heard a scarab. Where'd it go? These fucking little guys are messing me up. Dude, how many of them are there? Where are they coming from? Where did the ball go? Yeah, I don't hear it. Oh, I see the other beam. Oh, is it a regular one? But I could have sworn it was teleporting around, no? Oh, shit, hold on, there's a shortcut here. I'm glad I noticed that. I mean, we're probably just gonna destroy this boss, but never know. Wait, it's still just Crucible Knight? Come here, Celeria. Come here. What is that statue? So to access Fia's champions, or I don't know if it's Fia's champions, but to access their area, you have to kill 3 different bosses. And the bosses are marked with like the yellow beam of light. The last one is... Oh, it's right over there. Oh yeah, it said seek the twins. What? Does that mean... Was I supposed to interact with something in that area? Shit. You know what? Hold on. We can make this faster. How do I get... Ah, here we are. And this spell is so sick. Gosh, it goes so far. It's actually fucking crazy. Ah. Was that spell modded? Yes. Yo, what's up, Domo? I did. I murdered you. Wait, there's two of them. Oh. What, chat? Don't look at me like that. I also died to myself. Yo, Mitch, thanks for the 10 months, man. My character's in Volcano Manor. Okay, the yellow light is over here. Aha! Can I backstab? Oh, I can't. What the? Oh shit. Ouch. Holy shit. I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead. I wonder if I could parry this guy. I don't think you can. I'm just like fucking face tanking, dude. What's he doing? Oh, shit. Path to the Lich Dragon, the Black Stone Key. What is this? Opens a gate in deeper depths. I don't think I've... No VOD of the first part of Convergence stream. There is a VOD, you just, I don't know, you saw the title, whatever. There is a VOD. You're blind. Unless it somehow got deleted, but I doubt that. Oath of Darkness. 20 HP regen? That's quite a lot. Reduces all damage you deal by 75%? What? Seems like a lot of damage reduction. Or like, I don't know. You say it's OP, but losing 75% damage is kind of rough. Oh, this one seems pretty nice too. It's like a regen build. Yeah, but I mean, you know what makes bosses die? Doing damage. Such wisdom, I know. Yeah, you can cast it and turn it off. So I guess you could put it on And then I think yeah, I think you're right. You like put it on and then you buff yourself and then you take it off. It's just meant for like buffs, I guess. Always so mean to chat. I'm sorry. All right. Sometimes you guys deserve it. Not always, but never deserved. Yeah, okay, dude. Can't see. He actually does quite a bit of damage. I probably shouldn't have been doing that. That's okay. That's okay. I'm just so used. I have so much healing and I can just run around that I just can't help myself, chat. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take this one off. You know what? It's really hard to stagger Fortisax. We probably want to take that off. I wonder if these debuffs stack. All right, you're going down, Fortisax. All right, watch this, guys. Okay, nice. Let me use my ability. It's doing nothing. It sucks. I'm dead. Fucking hell. He's resistant. He's resistant to fire? Since fucking when? I don't know if you're right about that. Because he's a dragon? Yeah, but Mohg's spear does fire damage, and that shit kills this guy in like 3 knee hills. So I don't know if that's true, unless it's changed in the mod. That's bleed? Yeah, but knee hill does damage, chat. But bleed is not a damage type. Just so you know. I think we're just gonna stick to... We're just gonna stick to using a melee weapon here. Okay, I'll be honest, I don't actually... You know, I'm gonna try to learn Fortis Axe a bit better. I always hate fighting this guy because the punishes on the head are like quite few and far between. I wonder if you can punish that one. I'm faster if I can get that hit. Oh, jeez. Dude, this fight would be like absolutely miserable if it wasn't for having the cloud running. I'm not actually... How are these not headshots? Oh, okay. Maybe we just focus the legs, actually. Brother, come on, man. Fortis Axe is just as annoying, if not more annoying. Oh, right, you get a third keystone from this guy. Shit, I forgot. The constant lightning that spawns beneath your feet on Fortis Axe is just... It's so annoying because sometimes it just makes you unable to punish. If you get one of those lightning spawns the moment you go for a hit, you're just gonna get interrupted. The lightning spawn doesn't stagger you. Yeah, I actually kind of know. I did notice that now that you mention it. I thought that was just because I was running though or something. All right, you know what? I'm actually gonna get a little bit more HP. He was kind of fucking me up there. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really practiced Fortisax that much because you can kill him so fast. I've never really had to learn the fight that carefully. Yeah, he's pretty strong, for sure. Well, so we still have the best versions of the storm stuff in Ferrum, and then same with so I don't know, this one says it's given by Hyetta in the Frenzied Flame prescription, but I don't know if that means I need to do Hyetta's quest, because her quest is, I don't know where to get the fucking eyeballs in the mod unless they're in the same spot as usual, which maybe they are. I mean, do I already have one of them? Because I killed Vike. Oh, I do have the fingerprint grape. Yeah, maybe they're just in the same places then. Oh shoot, you can get an armor set from Midra. Midra's Gaze. Sounds like it's a helmet. Maybe it's a full set though. I mean, it says armor sets, so I guess it is like a full armor set. Dude, there's so many cool weapons in this mod, actually. Like, you just can't... You actually have to do multiple runs of this mod if you want to really see everything it has to offer. This is not... You could get all the stuff for every class, but it's like in one run you could do it probably, but it's so much effort, and you're just gonna floor the bosses anyways, so. Yeah, the mod works with seamless co-op. All right, I think I'm probably going to call it in a little bit.